attention. What is the most important in the speed and force? Source, rooted, coordination. Okay, if I ask you, can you write down anything about the speed and force? Can you write them all down? Huh? How come? Học được mà quên da được mà chết. Nói để con nói để nghe. Okay, so you don't remember what's in here. Can you take a look what's in here? The speed has to be according to the form. Okay, but vận tốc của mình thì tốc độ mình phải đi theo với là cái form của nó. The speed can have fast and slow, but it all depends on the movement. Okay, and the speed is actually is related to force, but the speed cannot be force. Force and speed are different. Okay, you can be forceful, but not fast. Okay, so how many breathing that you will teach in the 1A class? Huh? How many? What are they? The normal breathing. You look over here. Look over here. Look over here. See there? There's normal breathing, the release breathing, the forceful, the relaxed, deeply relaxed when you cross. Meditation, deeply relaxed and normal. So you tell all that, right? Yeah. Okay, can you take out a little tiny piece of paper from me, please? Put your name on it. We have a coffee quiz, morning coffee quiz. Rồi chưa? Bà con để ra chưa? Okay. Get a piece of paper. Put your famous name onto it. Alright. The question is, you see the section up here? See the section here? Okay. You see this section here? I want you to write it down. The flow of the class and what kind of breathing go with it? So simple. It's just simple. Thì bạn thấy mấy người này học cũng có làm bài kia ra ho lắm. Cái chuyện ngay là làm bài chuyện. Hả? Thì ngay là cái flow of the class và cái breathing thở một cách nào. Then we go into through exercise. We do the exercise in the actual how you should teach the class. So the two parts today. One is the theory, and the other one is the real practice. Okay. Okay, so let's go through the right answer for this one. So you come down with warm up, right? What do you have? Normal and lead. After the warm up, what do you have? Yoga. The yoga breathing is what? Possible. After the yoga, what do you do? The integral Tai Chi. And what kind of breathing is that? Possible. But and relaxed. Okay. After that, then you knock down, pause. What do you breathe within that time? Deeply relaxed. No, some people say very relaxed. Is that the same? Very relaxed doesn't mean deeply relaxed. Okay, so it's more than relaxed. Very relaxed meaning you nhắm mắt. But deeply relaxed, you can really go deep. And delta wave is deeply relaxed. Very relaxed, maybe 10. Okay, so after the cough, what do you do? Meditation. Okay, meditation, what do you do? Deeply relaxed. After meditation, what do you do? Appreciation, what is that? Normal. After you do appreciation, what do you do? Oh, what kind of breathing is that? If you miss the angry breathing, well, it's okay. So we didn't give you any content on it. Okay. So, what we should want to do this morning is, good morning, Vivian. How are you, Vivian? Okay, there's two things about Class 1A. Class 1A. It's two things really different. You can finish 6-month class, but not for sure that you are master the 1A level. There's two different things. So people will be going through 6 months of instruction. We give them a certificate. We say, okay, you're done with instruction. It doesn't mean that you have mastered the system of the 1A class. Tức là nó có hai điều khác nhau. Mình sau 6 tháng rồi đó, mình học xong rồi thì coi như là mình đã xong cái phần thọ huấn, cũng là huấn luyện hay là huấn thụ hay là huấn quen của cái đó thụ huấn của cục chính danh chính trị. Sau khi mình thụ huấn xong rồi đó thì mình đã xong, mình có cái bằng năng không 6 tháng, nhưng mà nó không phải là mình đã gọi là mastery, có nghĩa là mình đã nhuần nhuyễn cái level đó chưa. Thành đây là những cái mà mình cần biết ngay lập tức. The reason why I'm going to do this before usually this is the last thing that I'm talking about at the end of the thing, but I decided I have to tell you today, right now, because from here you will know the benefit and you know why we do what we do. We're working backward. Here, achievement. How do you know that that you finish the class? How do you know that the class, at the end of the class, you give a certificate? You are given a certificate, but how do we know that you are certified? You have a test, right? At the end of 6 months, you have a test. All students will take the test. And taking the test have two parts. One is the theory, the one is the actual movement, right? All the classes right here. Huh? So far, at this very time, we only have the certification of the 1A. We only have 1B, but do we have the teaching as well? The theory, we only have the practicality, right? See, we only have the hand and feet and all that with movement, but we never ask people to write down anything. Why? Why? Because we don't have a system to write down, especially if some of the people who come for health, they want to do exercise, they don't want to learn the teaching, meaning the CK10, okay, what is the frogs about, what is it? No, they don't want to. They just want to exercise and go home. They want to have a free time and a fun time and a happy time. They come here just to exercise. So we never got them to sit down and write about what they have learned. Do you realize that? And you go to yoga class, only the yoga instructor will be seriously considered and taking all the tests, but the student, no. And the Tai Chi in whole America, maybe in Australia and in many countries, I know the same. Nobody gonna take any serious written test. There's never such a thing called written test in this martial arts world. Okay? So, what do we do with it? Here, how do you get away with it? You see how fast we do the quiz? How fast it is? We will have this flip chart made. And I'm working on it right now. Every day that I'm producing the new form, I'm going to try to put it in a flip chart on the Corel Draw. So what happened is this, by July 19, we will have the flip charts for all the 1A class. Now if Houston wants to have a copy of it, we send you a copy. And you just send back the money, it's okay. So we have a flip chart. So what happened is this, you teach us this dragon. You flip over the dragon. See, this is the dragon, and this is the points in here. And at the end of the session, we don't ask people to get their piece of paper. They don't bring paper. So we have to provide a little tiny piece of paper. We ask them, okay, can you write out this quiz? 5 minutes quiz. Take, and you in the quiz, all of this, I will ask in here, and Sheila to compose all the questions. Each class, each time they come, one question only, one question. Don't even attempt 2 questions, one question. You know what I mean? Why? Review them so they can remember. So, every session has one question. And they finish it, before they go home, you give them back the answer right away. Are they happy? They're very happy. They toss away the piece of paper. But you're recording them. Now, that a little more work for instructor, yes, but it will pay off very soon. Why? The student will be motivated to learn, especially the senior one, because they never go to school in the last 10 or 20 years. And now suddenly, hey, I get an A. They're motivated. And let me tell you, you want to practice compassion, meaning you try to let go of their little tiny point, give them something they can feel good going home. Don't say, oh, you're F. Don't say anything about that. They're only 2 grades, A and maybe B. The thing is this, you motivate this, look at the senior members of the community come here to learn. These 2 old ladies right here. But see, if they go to my class here, I don't even think about what their question is. I don't think about what their answer is. I would give them what? B. The point is, you want to motivate people at the same time. They maybe not remember the answer, but if you do it every time they come, and you make it fun, you don't try to make people feel so pressured to do the quiz, they will love it. And by having mental focus, being very focused mentally in this, every time class like this, you actually prolong their life. You make their mental health go with it. A very healthy quiz, 5 minutes quiz, is making a big difference in people's life. You didn't realize that, but I have studied the effect of quiz on people's mind because of last time. Last time after we have the training, we had, I think one time, the other time we had the training when we don't have quiz, we just simply have test. It's so stressful. And I was so unhappy. I went back, I went to the internet, I found out every single thing about the quiz, how to make the quiz most effective. And I found out that they said that quiz is much better than actual test. And they improve people's memory. Yes. So the mock quiz is the better, isn't it? Yes. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. So you can get focused. Okay. So visually have it. Okay, here. So at the end of the 6 months, people will have this the demo test, okay, but they don't have any big written tests anymore. All the written tests could be done 2-3 times, or maybe 4 times, or each time you go to the class. Each time people go to the class, okay. So we install the system. So from July onward, we're going to have a whole different system. And I would like you, all instructors, do not retreat from be part of the instructors team. You should come join us and sign up and teaching. Because by teaching that you become a different person. But you stay at the sideline, oh, I want to learn it, but I don't want to take certification because I don't want to teach. Why? I don't have time. You will have time. You will have time if you really, really think there is a work that helps you to open up yourself and others. Hả? Đu mê ra tay là đu cái gì? Đu mê ra tay là đu cái gì? Dạ, mẹ tái đi. Dạ, mà mẹ tái được rồi. So what is the test here? The achievement here? That you need to take all the quiz. Okay, so taking the quiz will not be written down here, but take all. Okay, this is unspoken. Okay, you don't write it down in the thing, but you get teachers, students are doing this. We want this. We want it to be happen. And the best thing is, I'm here and Sheila, and we sit down and we make the quiz. Even better if you teach and you impromptu, you spontaneously desire quiz. Okay, desire question and ask. That's the better. Now you have to perform well. You perform well, meaning pretty good, the 10 pound. Okay? You need to commit to memory. Commit to memory meaning memorize. Commit to memory meaning you remember completely all mantras. Oh, so when they come and you can ask them, oh wait, what's a mantra? Write out a mantra. That's a quiz. Okay? You need to complete 100 hours. Complete 100 hours of instruction, of session, of instruction here, of the course. So 100 hours, because 2 hours per class. 6 months is how many in there? I don't know, but see, I calculated it's 100 hours. You become very familiar with the breathing, familiar with the breathing technique. Become familiar with the breathing and mental contemplation. Of the microcosmic object. So that's what we call achievement, meaning you want to finish your 1A class, this is what you're going to be doing. Okay? So this is all measurable. Even familiar with the breathing, you stand there and you breathe. Okay? You inhale down, exhale up, or you inhale up, you exhale down. Either way, it's okay. But when you're doing this, you ask the student, how is it work? And the student answered to you, so you know that, yeah, she knows. In other words, every single thing here is measurable. Nothing here is far-fetched. Every single thing here is measurable. Okay, what is not measured is the mood, the mental part of that person. We don't know how the person will feel. We don't know. Because the person walk out, unless the person come back and tell you stories, but we cannot measure those stories. We cannot say, oh, you become healthy, and that's, you finish the class. We can't. Now, mastery is how different. The mastery of this level here had, number one, you perform well the 10 forms. For example, the two ladies yesterday, they performed well or not? Yeah. The 10 forms? Fairly okay. Possible. Okay. So they need to work a little bit more in order to become well. Well meaning you have no glitch. No glitch meaning no mistake. Little tiny mistake, a glitch. No. Completely well. You come up, you're doing it, and everyone say, wow, so well. But there is a couple of mistakes somewhere here, but you cannot spot it. Only the teacher spot it, but the student cannot spot it. The student can say, oh, it looks pretty good, but actually there's some small mistake. Over here, mastery is perform perfect, correct. Okay, you perform perfect. Perform correctly. This 10 form. Okay, that's easy. But here is what the mastery degree is. You give a certificate for this, but if you cannot succeed the certificate, you become physically fit. I run so slow. Physically fit, meaning after 6 months, maybe a year or two, you're really physically fit. You don't feel lack of energy. You feel sluggish. You feel like you don't want to live. Suicidal. Many people tell me that they have at least 4 people already told me they're suicidal. They come to class, they do a couple of few months, and now they don't think about dying anymore. So that's a pretty good sign that they become physically fit, but that's emotional part, right? Increase in strength and stamina, enduring and flexibility. Can you write that down? Okay. So here is increase is performing correctly. Let's put it in the verb form. So increase strength and stamina, endurance and flexibility. You realize that 6 months, if you're doing this all the time, you become very flexible. The body becomes really flexible if you're doing that 6 months. And here is a critical part of this one. You become very, very optimistic and energetic. Optimistic and energetic. What is the example of optimistic? Can you give me an example? Huh?
Emphasize positive.
Huh?
Emphasize the positive.
Oh, very good. But give me a good example. What is optimistic?
You see the glass half full.
The good example is this. Can somebody give me a good example of optimistic? Yeah.
You say hi to each and every student when you come in.
Hi.
Happy.
Hi, happy. And when you're not happy, hi. You say hi, everyone. Hi.
I'm happy. Smile.
I'm happy, I'm smiling. That's a good one. You say half full. That's a good one. But I want to have a solid example of optimistic. Here we go. Tonight we will win. Optimistic. Lakers will win tonight, right? Yes. Oh, that's optimistic. Is that optimistic?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thinking about tonight we win. We're very optimistic, but what happens if we lose? Right? We feel happy. We have something to celebrate. Okay? Because we still have 3-2. 3-2. It's still good. Okay. But have you ever sit just thinking about the future and you're so happy about it? Have you had that kind of thought? You sit and you think about your future or some people's future or something, and then suddenly you're so optimistic, you're so happy. You do that a lot, Laura? No, I do that a lot myself. Chị nói ông này nói nè. He said the same thing like you. Nhưng mà thầy ý thầy nói là optimistic lạc quá đó, là nhiều khi là mình tự mình tạo trong đầu mình đó, cái lạc quá tự mình tạo trong đầu mình. Nhưng mà nếu mình không có cái energy đó mình không lạc quá nữa nha. Mình không có cái energy đó mình lạc quá được đó. Thầy giúp 1-2-3 người nên họ không có sức khỏe nữa, và mình nói chuyện lạc quá họ, mình nói bây giờ mình nghỉ. Thì 3 năm ta nghĩ về cái chuyện hồi xưa bà ăn chơi sung sướng nhậu nhẹt, bà có những cái chuyện vui nhảy ta nghĩ ra là vì bà tưởng tượng cái cảnh không cảnh đẹp thôi. Còn lạc quá không lạc quá được, con thấy không cảnh rồi nhưng mà con thấy rồi thấy cọp ra đuổi con. Đó, cũng như là chuyện hồi xưa ăn vui, con nói ôi con nghĩ con để hồi xưa con đi ăn con vui mà con cứ bây giờ nghĩ được cái đó con cứ nhớ là con đặt đi vào lấy parking mà con quên trả tiền rồi họ ra họ đòi con, họ làm xấu con. Với nhiều cái mình họ nghĩ không được, họ không có cái energy họ nghĩ. Do you realize that a lot of time even you want to think good thoughts but your brain doesn't allow you. The brain here is screwed up not because of your thinking but because the chemical up here, the 4 neuropeptide here up here is imbalanced, and so that's why when you exercise you start to get things up there balanced out, and then your body becomes pretty much in good health, and then you can think good thoughts. So I have a lot of examples about that, and maybe a few people that I personally connected with, they can't think good thoughts. They can't think good thoughts. So it's a condition that we can help if we get them into the exercise. It's very funny. It's very funny. And sometimes I tell people doing things and they don't doing it, and then 5 years later they've done that thing and they come back to me and say, "Hey, I want to teach you this." I said, "Oh, but that's what I taught you 5 years ago." And what does she say? "Oh, really? I don't remember." Not because that they lack of memory, but at that very moment they couldn't do it. The body couldn't do it, so the body don't remember. The body is completely oblivious. So a general state of well-being, a general state of well-being. Okay, and that including joy and peace. That feeling is pretty good. Usually after you exercise and you lie down, you will feel that. You feel to get up and you feel, wow. A tendency, a general tendency of outpouring of energy into relationship. Positive energy. A general tendency of outpouring positive energy into the relationship, into the social activities, into relationship and social activity. So how are you, Carl? Are you ready for the game tonight? But we need to do things at 8 o'clock. Oh. We win anyway. We win. We're optimistic. We win. Okay. So that's a deviant. She's the anchor lady for the 3D, the Dharma, dear Dharma dude. So you should go up and watch a YouTube thing. Okay? So a general tendency, the outpouring of energy into the relationship, into the social activity. You outpouring energy. You don't hold back. You're just giving. You are not become an extrovert. You just simply have so much energy that you can give. At the same time, you reserve whoever you are. And that whoever you are is a core of yourself, and that core is not the person who is not communicable, it's lacking of joy. No, the real you is always the very joyful you. Okay? So actually, when we do this thing here, when we achieve the teaching, the difference from the mastery, this is self-mastery. After some time, this is what you're looking for. You should look at all of this and say to yourself, okay, I get it. If you say, no, I'm still very unhappy. Now, that's something wrong with the exercise, with what you do. So we got to fix that up. We got to fix that up. So being a teacher, we need to do a few things. We need to teach well, but we also need to create the bridge for students to feel hopeful. The student will say, oh, yeah, if I have a question, I can come to this class. I can talk to the instructor. Oh, if my life is going to be bad, no, I'm going to call you up and talk to you. So the teacher or the instructors should be able to support the students. Do you realize that? Yes? How many of you get students called? Yeah, you see that? Yeah, 2 of them. Houston, they do. That means you are very successful. That means you are a very good teacher. But if you teach you and they don't ever bother to ask you a question or come back to you and ask you, now they didn't get the real trust from them. Okay. Do you realize that? Yes? Ron, people call you up?
No, I'm not discovered yet.
No, let me tell you, if I'm your student, I will call you many times. I like the half full water thing. I will call you up, for sure. I call you up. Được không? Thầy nói các bạn nghe này, do thầy hy vọng là các bạn nắm được cái chìa khóa này thì là các bạn sẽ biết tại sao mà thầy không nói cái bài này ở cuối cùng mà thầy nói cái bài này ngày hôm nay. Là bởi vì đó, khi các bạn mà làm cái vị instructor, vị thầy đó, thầy giáo đó, thì thật sự ra các bạn dạy một chuyện, nhưng mà tất cả những người ở tại đây, người nào mà phải học đó, ngoài chuyện là họ học cho khỏe, họ cần tìm một cái gọi là cái gì các bạn? Gọi là cái gì? Very good support, tức là sự hỗ trợ. Mà hỗ trợ đi, hỗ trợ cái chuyện gì? The guidance in life. That's translate, but everyone who comes to your classes in the future, besides they want the instruction to be healthy, they want one more thing. They want your support. And what kind of support? Guidance. What is the guidance? Depends on how you express yourself. Now, you cannot fool students if you are so confused up here. You confused up here? They don't even bother to ask you. They say, hey, what the heck? I come here, exercise with you, I walk out, that's fine. But if they seem to see your stability as a person, very anchored, they will come and ask, okay, I have this thing, can you help me? And I know many of you here, many of you are very mature beings. Now I'm quite sure that I'm a student of Jin Yung, I will ask her questions. The Jin Yung seems to be very mature. Very, trustworthy person, mature person. I will definitely go and ask him here. Who's an old man here? I'm sorry, I'm also a very mature man. Okay, I will definitely ask him. Yeah, I don't ask old women, no. I ask mature people. No, I definitely will go and ask them, hey, because his personality, you look at his face here, did you know right when you want to love him? Okay. It's logical. Just laugh, smile. In other words, people really come to the class besides that they learn something. They want instruction, they want guidance, they want support. They want hope. They want to see hope in their life. Many. And so I like that you bring forth to your mind, you have the resolve for yourself and say that, yes, I want to be a person of help. I want people to come to me so I can help them. Have that wish, because so many people want to get help, but they don't know who to ask, who to turn to and trust. So once you become an instructor, most of the time you have the leverage, you have the position to give instruction and give guidance. So you would want to disappoint people when they come to ask you questions. Of course, there are times for me, and you realize that for me, there are many people also ask me questions I wouldn't want to answer. You know what? I feel contrary to my position as a monk. I wouldn't want to answer these questions. For you lay people, it's easier. Much easier. I still have a boundary that I cannot break. I cannot break some boundary. And I reserve those boundaries so it can help me stay sane, not insane. Tức là thầy và các bạn nghe là bởi vì là có rất nhiều người đến họ tới học, họ cần cái sự kiểu là support và hỗ trợ các bạn đó. Và mình nên làm chuyện đó. Vì cái đời này nhiều người họ khổ lắm, nhiều người họ có nhiều chuyện buồn, nhiều chuyện họ không hay lắm, họ cần mình giúp được. Cho nên là mình phải trở nên cái người mà xua là cái người trưởng thành. Và cái character của mình nên khi mình đợi mình nói chuyện hay là gì mình không nên nổi nóng giận dữ mà mình nhất là trên lúc mà mặc được đến đây đó, hai chuyện mà không bao giờ nên làm. Một là cái chuyện mà chửi bới đồng nghe những người gì tại sao làm sai vậy, đừng làm sai vậy, không nên làm. Thứ hai là không bao giờ gặp nói cái người mà partner của mình cô làm sai đừng làm, không được, đây tôi làm đúng như này, không bao giờ nói. Vì gặp nói về là cái người dưới đó họ nói là họ tỉnh bơ, họ nhìn con mắt họ nhìn tỉnh bơ, họ không ngoài đó. Nhưng mà sao thì đã tiền và các tương số 10 đó thì con số mấy? Trừ 3. Trừ 3 chứ không phải là zero. Trừ 3 là vì sao vậy? Vì họ nói về nếu mà zero là họ không biết rồi. Trừ 1 là gì? Bạn không có respect cho người đó. Trừ 2 là gì? Bạn không respect cho tuổi tôi. Tại vì bạn dám nói câu đó ra trước mặt của tôi, và qua tôi tức thương của tôi rồi. Trừ 3 bạn làm như vậy nó rõ ràng là bạn chưa trưởng thành. Trừ 3 điểm là trừ 10, trừ 3. Cho nên là mình không bao giờ nói cái người xấu, cái người cái này họ làm sai cỡ nào đó, mình cũng nhẹ nhàng thôi, nói cho mình về nhà rồi mình không nói. Tức là chuyện hết mình nói, không nói về mù đó.
Mù ở nhà mù mình ở nhà mình là sao
nhưng mà không nên hỏi. Let me tell you this wrong. Let me translate this to you wrong. And see this happened, and it happened. I had reported, but I don't know about this place there, but I have reported from other places, and it happened like this. Once
we need Vietnamese writing.
Yes, we have Vietnamese writing. You will do the whole thing in Vietnamese. Please. This happened here. The student, the teacher, have an instructor, and then the instructor do the demo and all that, and suddenly make some mistakes. Some mistakes. Or perhaps there's different opinion on that movement. But the instructor would be very, not only rude, but very absolutely, what is the right word for this? Very impolite, very rude, and very inconsiderate. You're doing this wrong, you shouldn't do this, is how you do. Now, the lady does, but it's not the same as, hey, it's not me, I didn't do that. Her own style. And then that lady said, okay, I'm quit. I'm going to quit. And she walked around. Now when you do that, the scale of 10, the trust you have with people 10, now become -3. It's not 0, -3 because of 3 things. First, you show the respect to your partner. Second, you show the respect to the group, to the student, that your student didn't want to see the drama up in the stage. And third, you know what happened? You will respect to yourself, because how would you, a teacher, you would throw a tantrum or show the ugliness like this in yourself? You wouldn't recognize it yourself. Not about people, but about you. So usually we would say, if you said something wrong, this person who your assistant, you would say, oh, yeah, let's do it. And then you go home, you call up the girl, or you maybe walk out, you wait for people to go, and you talk, say, hey, let's talk about this, because I think I learned differently. You want to convince it. You want to negotiate with it. You don't want just to, okay? You want to talk nicely. And if you cannot talk nicely, you go and ask the head coach. In this place here, head coach is Shiva and here. You will ask the 2 people there. Now if the 2 people argue, they go and ask me. But you absolutely don't want to make a big deal on the stage. Okay, you don't want to do that. And the best thing is you always use your voice in a low tone. Don't have a very raise your voice, and you don't want to do that. So anyhow, to become an instructor, you become more and more mature, more and more well-rounded, and you be more reflective about your own character, and you can change. And I have to I told you that many times that you in your position, you do better, much better than me. Okay. Thầy nói tiếp là cái quan trọng nhất là vì các bạn biết tất cả mọi người họ tới tôi đang có cái chuyện gia đình của họ mà họ không nói thôi, vì họ không nói vì sao vậy? Một, họ chưa có cơ hội để nói. Hai, họ chưa tín nhiệm bạn. Tại sao chưa tín nhiệm? Tại vì họ nhiều khi họ thấy bạn còn con nít quá, giận dữ tôi chửi bới là nói cái này cái nọ. Họ thường đó, thì cái người mà đang có vấn đề thì họ tìm 2 loại người thôi các bạn, họ không tìm loại người thứ 3. Cái loại người thứ nhất là mọi người giúp họ giải quyết được. Cái loại người thứ 2 là mọi người giúp họ thị phi để giảm bớt cái pressure. Thì bạn đừng có làm cái loại người thứ 2 là cái loại người thị phi đó không đem được cái giải quyết, cái thị phi là nói thôi. 2 người đó mình không nên làm cái người mà giúp người ta giải quyết được. Rồi người làm cái người instructor đó, người thầy giáo đó, nó hay là tại vì mình có thể giúp người ta nhiều chuyện rồi, đem lại cái niềm tin cho người ta. Cho nên các bạn, mình nên dạy, nên phát tâm đi dạy, và dạy càng nhiều càng tốt. Vì nhiều khi các bạn biết mà đi dạy đó, họ thương mình đến cái chỗ là sao? Và nhiều khi đó, họ thương mình, họ khéo cho mình đến cái độ là bây giờ họ sẽ đánh móng tay móng chân với mình nữa. Is that real? Yes.
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 Huh? I'm saying that she doesn't believe me. She doesn't trust me. I said, if you do a very good job, very well job, sometimes students, they will paint your nails, manicure, and pedicure as well. She doesn't believe it.
No.
Is that real? We have a testimony here. Look at that lady there. This go ahead and tell people. See there? See the feet there? Yeah. See there? See? She got pedicure and manicure. Good. Let me tell you, in Taiwan, there's a lady, she offered 2 things for me. She said, hey, master, 师父, come to my place. I want to give you a good haircut. If you don't want it, I will take care of all your nails. I have someone. They offer. No, many people offer all kind of things. But I'm not talking about That's the reason why you help people. No. I'm saying that the reason why people are doing that because they really trust you and they don't know how to repay you. Now you have seen that people have brought food to the community, to the class. That's easy. That's fun. But something they personally do for you. And how do you handle that personal kind of thing? You got to be very careful as well. To be careful meaning you don't want people to see that you are so greedy. Because if you are greedy for it, again, your character scale become how many? Maybe not minus, but drop a few scale very, very right away. So you want to have a very good dealing with people, bring hope to people, but do not take advantage. And I don't think many of you will take advantage. There are only a couple of cases I have heard. That is you agree to do something which is not quite nice, meaning not the integrity that the instructor would do. So I think, very important, I think you should try your best to be a good instructor. And not a mediocre, but a really good instructor, okay? Now, is that a lot of pressure on you? Not much. Not much. Who you are, how you live, is how the instructor to be. Instructor is just a straightforward person. There's nothing you can do more than anything. You are what you are. You're not going to try to, I'm an instructor, I got to do something. No, you are what you are. Yes?
Con thấy nhiều khi người ta trust mình quá mình cũng sợ đó thầy. Tại vì mình nghĩ là mình không có, chính mình cũng không trust mình, không có đủ khả năng. Người ta có nhiều câu hỏi, có những câu hỏi mình nhưng mà những cái sợ của mình give advice sai hay là khi mình không đúng. So far thì I'm doing okay. Nhưng mà mỗi lần nhiều khi mình cũng tự nghĩ của mình hoài không biết mình nên trả lời như thế nào cho đúng. Cũng khó này, nhiều khi người ta trust mình cũng sợ lắm.
Tức là mình đừng misuse the trust đó. Thầy ngày hôm qua thầy ngồi thầy nghĩ thì là bây giờ đó cái cách mà tốt nhất để mình làm cái FIQ đó là trong cái website của thầy nhớ là Hương làm cái blog đó của thầy đó, cái blog trong một blog của thầy đó thì chắc là mình có một section mà tất cả bà con có thể lên để mà post cái question cho thầy sẽ trả lời. Thì có như vậy là force thầy để mà làm việc rồi. Chứ còn không thầy không làm việc. Thầy làm việc. Thật sự như vậy đó. I think the best idea for question and answer thing, the FAQ, is to have a section on the website that you all log in and you ask a question there and I answer it. And we have the whole thing set up like that. So all the questions there will be addressed appropriately. The only question of CK10, you don't want to ask questions which have no answer. You just put a question irresponsibly, meaning there's nothing to do with CK10. You're talking about your life. No, you're talking about frequently asked questions. Okay, so can we do that? Can you add that onto it so people can log into and ask questions and I answer? Do we have that already? Not yet, right? But we can do it, right? But it would be in my blog. Something there so I can see. Okay. So I hope that you take this seriously because this is what we can have when you master the level 1A. And so you know what? A lot of time I don't bother to think about all the other higher level. I think level 1A when we can see is sufficient for people to learn. Okay, now I'm done with it now. Repeat it to me. We won already. No, we're doing this. At least let's move it. Hands up. Hands in. Cái băng này là cái băng khác, tức là cái đoạn sau này là mình chỉ thực tập không, những cái đoạn trước là mình học được đoạn sau này để mình dễ nhìn một đoạn băng đó, mình biết cắt bạn làm cái mặt cái gì
Mai ạ.
mình mà thì nhiều rất là mình mà thì cái bài thì liền Alright. Good. We have a break for 3 minutes. 3 minutes break. Okay. So first you get the warm up. And then you go to yoga, and then you go to CK10, and then you go to, what is it, props, and then meditation, and then finally inspiration. Okay, so this is the class flow. Class organization or the teaching is flow like that. But then the instruction, how do you organize the instructions? How do you organize the instruction? So you can teach all of this. Okay. So the teaching goes like this. In order to do all of this, you're going to go through steps. With instructions flow. Okay. Here how you should do it. I'm talking about CK10 directly. Most of this thing here, you can just go along, explain only. Explain. Only this is what you will have to have a procedure. So let me clarify this. Make sure this should be easy here. This need your explanation. And your guiding. Same thing with here. Explanation. And you have to guide. You're guiding. But this have a procedure of teaching. So that this is explanation and guiding, and this has a procedure of teaching. This is explanation and guiding on it. So this, how is this working? How does it work? How does it work? This coming to here. First of all, this is what you want to learn. One, you need to give the introduction to what is the form is. Sometimes the introduction can be very philosophical. Sometimes it's just simply your personal story. Either a personal story, personal experience story, or you are talking about the philosophy of it, a summary of the forms. This takes a couple of minutes, and then you start to work on the demo. You show people how the form will be. Because the key demo of the form. Okay. Then, after you give a full demo of the form, number 3, you will do a breakdown of the form. You talk a little bit, you said, here how the form should be. You will break down the form. So, give a detail breakdown form, detailed explanation, and demo the breakdown form. So give a detailed explanation on this here form. So when you do this, you talk and teach at the same time, and you throw the mantra into it. You use the mantra. Number 4. Use or introduce a mantra. And then, after you do a demo, to break down to a demo, you interpose with the demonstration with tell people, hey, let's do this head. Okay. And you ask people to follow. You give detail and you ask students to follow on the breakdown form. Okay. You ask them to do it together with you. After they do it together with you, okay? And then number 5, you ask them to do a complete form. So this step is pretty detailed. That's how to teach it. That's the procedure. And after you do a complete form, now critical part of this one is you break the class. Break the class into smaller groups. And it is what we call the intimate circle. Okay?
You write a little bit bigger. Long.
Mình bò lên gần lên thì đó. Rồi quay trên từ
Người bò rồi đấy. Có một người bò rồi.
Đó, giỏi, đó đó. Bò lên thò trứng ra, trứng lại. Trứng có tận phòng. Okay, break your class into a small group, intimate circle, and finally 3 groups, regather, regroup, and practice together a few times, maybe 5 or 10 times. And I feedback. Ask for feedback. Okay. This material is on this open here is a little bit same. It's not different much from the one that you had. It's called How to Become a Good Instructor. And you see there, on becoming instructor. Okay? You can demonstrate the form, do it slowly, explain as you do it, explain the mantra separately, break down the movement, repeat the instruction at least 3 times. Oh, that. Do you have the on becoming an ITC instructor, the material? Can we go over it just a minute here? What? Here, do you have this material here? Okay, can you open that page, please? Open that page. Here. Sáng tối, sáng tí là đợi ngon theo quay nữa. Sáng là cực kỳ năng tốc. Chị sáng là sáng, chị sáng ngồi đó cực kỳ năng tốc. Không bỏ bị học nào cả, mà đem cho học nhau mình quay được. Sự khác biệt của tham tấn và cảm năng thì là có sự khác biệt. Một nguyên nhân là có cái phần emotional của tham tấn, cảm năng của intellectual, tham tấn và có phần engaging của cảm năng. Okay, please get to this page on becoming an instructor. This page right here. 6 and 7. Name. We're gonna reprint it sometime. We sent to you the material. The slide different. Different is just I reformat it so it looks better, looks nicer. The material is still the same. Some typo was changed and it looks better. What is the whole thing here? The whole thing here is how you come to teach a class the first time, but also many times in the past and in the future when you start to teach a new form. This is a procedure, and the procedure is pretty simple. Let me explain to you and you immediately know right away. Here, if you're reading, you stop reading, and you're writing, you stop writing, you do anything, you begin to complete full attention. The curve is full. You don't have full. Okay. You come to class, for example, I will teach, say, the buffalo, the easiest one. So this is what I'm going to say. I say, hello everyone, my name is Sheila Zhuo, and I'm coming from the paddy field of South Vietnam. I know very well where all the muddy field is, I know exactly where the mud are, I know very well every single inch of the land. And because I'm so familiar, so today I will teach you how the buffalo functions. Okay. Is that a great image for you? Yes. Okay. Is that to be true? Yeah. Sheila is coming there. True? No. Anyhow. So I give you an introduction, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Of course, you don't want to tell you, every time you come to teach, I'm Sheila. You don't want to say that. One time, that's it. But you come to the class, you need to tell people what you're going to teach, right? 1 minute instruction, and then you say demo. Okay, today we go study the buffalo. And you demo. This is the first time students are going to see this form. So you need to do it with confidence, consistency, and clarity. Confidence meaning you're not going to say anything that you go back and say, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the way to do it. And if the instructor is going to do it, if you are the assistant, you would look at it and you would put all your attention to look at the person. Okay? And you should not want to say you should be very supportive. Sometimes it's better if you're coming down and I see someone doing this. Instead of saying this, you go like this. But that's good too, because that seems to be very, very attentive. But that's good. I only see one person doing that. Most of the time, I see the assistant doesn't know where to fit in. You don't know whether to stand in. So anyway, so you demo with confidence. So here's my confidence. So today I'm Sheila. I'm from the battlefield of Vietnam. I'm very well in mud. I'm teaching you how the buffalo is. Buffalo, what does it do? The buffalo will go out of the mud, into the dry ground. Here's the image of the buffalo. You should go now. So I would do exactly the same like that. I'm going out of the mud. And here is how the form will be. So I step over, put my hands back here, and I push, inhale, I drop my hand and open myself back. So I open up myself here, coming back here, hands back here, and I push as if like a buffalo. The neck is above the mud. And I drop my hands, I open up my arms, coming back here, hands standing up, coming back to the original position. So that is how I demo to you all the new form. The new form have two. This is the front, the shun, the regular one, and then have the other side, which is the reverse one. Here's how the reverse will do. Demo, confidence, consistent, and clarity. Every time I did it, I say it. I drop my hand, I open up my arms, send my hand back, go back to the beginning. So people have the very first impression, they say, yeah, that's pretty clear. Okay? Usually we would not want to impress people by doing without explanation. You only impress people if they feel that they can do it. You don't impress them if they see it, they say, I can't do it, it's so hard. So you try to explain a little bit like what I just did. Okay, you say, yes, drop hands, come back, flat. Clear? That's a demo. So after doing that, and then you come back to, so okay, let's take a look at how the forms look like. Let's go through it, okay, together. And so you ask people, okay, now you use the hands first. You go breakdown. The breakdown have two parts. Usually you take the easier part and do it first. The difficult part, you do it later. You follow?
Yes.
You all follow, right?
Yes.
Good. Even the old ladies.
Yes.
So teach the easier part first. In this buffalo, which is the easier part? Which is the more difficult part? The easier part is what? Got it? Which one? The easiest part.
Legs.
Very good. The leg. The body's movement. But is there another one that's more easier than that? And you can tell stories. No, for many, many years, I always teach like this first. So then I realized that that's not the best way. It's not the best way. Because why? Because the mistake people make most is the neck. And that's the easiest part. And people usually forget the easiest part. So you better do the easiest part first. And you say, okay, here the buffalo is gliding or wading over the mud, and the neck is going to be sticking out. So here is how it should be. Like this. You say that neck first. That is the first impression they're going to remember for life when you do that first. When you do the hands, the legs, they remember the hands first. You do the legs, they remember the legs first. And they forget about the neck. So you do the neck first, and remember for life. How do I know it? Because I have experience of teaching this particular group of people in Taiwan. I saw them do it very well because I tell them the very first thing. Holding to like this and shaking your butt. Okay? And this is how the dragon will be. The whole group, they did very well the dragon, the best of all, because they had that impression how you move like this. So anytime they're moving, they move the body like this. They don't go like this anymore. So I knew it for a fact. That the part, the easiest part, people always remember. The first thing to tell people. So here in this particular form, the buffalo, do the neck, easiest one. After we sit down, we will break into 6 groups, but we will sit down and you take a few forms, you tackle what is procedure, what is the teach first, what is creating impression of you. Buffalo is the neck. And then what is the second thing? What is the second thing? The leg. And then, because you have the neck already, you need the neck, now the leg. And neck together. After you do this sort of line, now you said, okay, let's do the hands. Do the hands. And as you do the hand, what do you do with the philosophy? You say, you push out the afflictions, let go of all the affliction, everything's in your hand, and you open up your mind, and then you return to the roots of the source, of the Buddha place. You say that, okay? Then people now, at the very last thing, when they have get onto it already, so they throw in those words, they remember. And then you can ask them to repeat with you, with mantra, and you remember. So in other words, your job is how to make these people remember, easy to remember. Okay, so you go to detail, break down, use a mantra, then you say, okay, let's do it together. So they do together with you. Together with you, together, okay, a few times. And then you follow the breakdown form, and then you say, okay, let's do it together the whole form. Do together the whole form, okay? And you shouldn't want to correct people, either assistant. Now this is a big mistake. A lot of assistants go around right away, fix people. But you shouldn't want to do that. At this stage here, you don't correct people's form. You don't do anything because it's too difficult for many people. And you go to bother them, and they feel very bothering that you are, trying to sneak on them and tell them what's wrong. They don't like it. So you don't want to tell them anything about what's wrong at this point now. Okay? Can you remember this part here? I doubt it. There will be a test on this. Quiz on this. What do you say? What do you not say? After you do complete form over here, this is the whole part here. You don't say anything about it wrong. Okay? Besides saying first thing, you break down to smaller groups. And the smaller group, meaning assistant will help you. You yourself take one group, assistant take another group, 2 groups. Okay? And you form an intimate circle. It's in the book there. You put in the book there. Form an intimate circle. People will stand around you, and you do it, and everyone can start asking questions. very informal. And you can talk anything you want to talk. All the things you want to talk about, that's fine. It's okay. The intimate form is when you interact with people. You interact with people. This is called the intimate form. Smaller group. This is called the intimate form. Intimate circle. This is when we have, this is complete form here, is what we call demo form. Demo form. And this is called intimate form. Intimate because people now can see and be very close to you. They're working with you and they're asking questions, and they can see clearer all the other angles. Okay? Then, after you do it for 50 minutes or so, usually 50 minutes will be sufficient. Then you regroup. You kind of, okay, come back. Let's practice together. Few times. So when you come back together and practice a few times, this is the time you don't touch them anymore. Okay, you don't touch them. This is again. Because let them factory, let them do it. So you give them a chance to be themselves. Don't fix anything. So this hands off. And then ask for feedback. Sometimes I would do this. I would say, okay, come up here and do it. Okay, come up here and do it. Let's talk about it. That's another way to do it. But this is the point that the first time you do it, after many times, after 3 months, you don't want to do this anymore. You don't want to do it. You come in, you just practice. And every time you want to remember this, the instruction of the mantras, all of those things, you never try to cram into one lecture, one time, one field. Spread the explanation out into 6 months. Every time you teach, you put a little bit every time you teach. Did you realize that I do that all the time? I add on. But I wouldn't want to say everything one time. Add on. But in 6 months, you repeat many times the same thing. In 6 months, you also say so many small things, but it's sinking in. Why? Because we have the ability to, number one, imitate, number two, absorb. But we don't have the ability to become immediately. We can't. We have to take time to absorb and imitate. So becoming is through the process of absorbing and imitating. Okay. Let me write that. Becoming is equal to transforming. So becoming also means you imitating, and what else? Imitating and what else? You're absorbing. Imitating, absorbing, then this is likely to becoming, but one more thing that can be becoming is you digesting, after absorbing, you just digest it to make it something new. So the two things here lead to what we call digesting. And digesting lead to becoming. And becoming is transformation, is transforming. So digesting means something new, something completely different from when you take it in. The input is different than output. And we do it every day, and we do it at supervision today. Okay. So, you're clear about this, right? Clear about the procedure here? But remember the 3 C's. Can you remember this at the end of the thing? I ask you, what are the 3 C's? Can you remember? Yes? Start to say. Remember that, right? Remember this procedure here? All this procedure here? Over here? Explain exactly. Okay, so here's what I need in here, and she got to help, and we divide our group here into 6 groups. And each of the group, you should sit down because you need to walk through your mind. How do you explain things? So we all going to do, first thing, we'll do, let's take a look at the crane. How do you explain the crane? Okay. And you take the crane, the dragon, the phoenix, the tiger, those things. You take those to explain with the mantra as well. So 6 groups, each of you sit down and you have a piece of paper, actually notebook, and you go down, try to work on all of those 6, what you're going to say, how you do it. Okay? And then in the group, you come up and you do it so other people can see how you do it. So what I'd like you to do now is that you sit down right here, right now, you get in the blue column, and you write down how you do it. Very quickly, briefly. Number 1 is the crane. Number 2 is the dragon. How do you introduce it? How are you going to teach first time? Number 3, how do you do with the phoenix? Number 4, phoenix. Is the tiger. Okay. We have 10, it's 10:30 now. In an hour we should be able to do 5. Number 5 is the butterfly. How do you introduce it? How do you make it happen? How do you teach it? Based on the formula here. Okay. Now many of you have been teaching quite a while, but that's very good. You're still doing it. I want you to get through your mind. You should add on one more thing on the demo of the form here. On the breakdown of the form, if you add on one more thing for the people who are already pretty good on the breakdown, you know what happens is after you come back, you ask some feedback, now, you need to add on something we call the fine-tune. In this fine-tune, you tell people, hey, I just watch what's going on with you, and I think, this is a mistake here, this is a mistake there. Okay, you ask them for feedback, and you give your feedback. It's done. Number 9 is here your response to. Number 9 is you give your feedback. On the technique they make. Okay. Give feedback and correction. Number 9, you give feedback and the correction on the technique and the mistakes student made. Feedback on the technique, correction on the mistakes people make. Now, why this is out of the frame? This is a standard here because sometimes you don't need to get any feedback. Sometimes you just go on the next movement. Sometimes you need feedback. But there's one thing important here is where you analyze the line. The line, the parts, the postures. You analyze for them so you can see them. Because otherwise they can't see the mistake well. I suggest you don't analyze the line over here first. The reason why it's overwhelming. Let them do a little bit, and then they can do where the line. You understand what I'm saying? And you can adjust accordingly. But if the very first thing you make them follow the line is very difficult because you're not used to it yet yourself. So let them get onto it, get the ball rolling, and then you go back and say, hey, no, it's not like this, okay? It's here, the line, straight line, so it's moving like this. So that's what we call feedback and correction. Okay, this is where you add on the lines, analyze the lines, the postures or posturing, and the part of the bodies. All of this considered to be 窍门, humor, how you look at it. This is the part. Okay, so good. Now I'm going to ask Sheila to help me with the dividing the group here. Yes?
Like, when you give feedback, do you give like a general feedback saying bài bác về làm cái này sai, hoặc là you give direct feedback to that person itself?
You give a general feedback. I'd like you to understand this. I hope that you understand what I always do. You learn with me for a while, you know this. I always watch you do. I spot. For example, a class speak like this, you just spot maybe 1/3 or 2/3 mistakes, and I will speak on that mistake. But if one individual has a mistake, usually what I do is this, I didn't say anything. Or if there is a really good chance for me and I'm really vigorous, I will go to that person to talk. But I seldom do that. If one person makes a mistake, I just let go. I just look at the big picture, big chunk. More than 1/3, then I will speak and say, okay, let's do the changes, change that. But I would never
But do you give that when you break down an intimate form? Then at that time you can give the detail.
Intimate talk, for sure. Intimate talk you can do with one person or two person. Yes, you can do it. Okay. Any questions on this? No, you're okay with this? You're always okay. Okay. So let's break up our class here. So wait a minute. You know what you do? Well, you should sit down here, go through your mind how to teach all of this. Okay. The largest group, meaning, no, I'm talking about the group that is 1B, who already certified already. That group should learn with me. I teach you some secrets, trade secrets. But the other groups will be divided by Sheila. So go ahead and divide the group.
I would like to have all the assistant and instructor to be in 1A, go to this part of the class. So all the 1As to be certified for this time, go over to this class, either assistant or... This is just nothing. You don't need to really memorize it because it will be right here in 5 minutes. I'm going to give you a test on this. You can test it on this right away. Okay. But here is what you want to have a preview. This preview will help you to deeply understand the system. The deeply understand the system is the whole idea of the 1A, 1B, 1C level is to get you to a state where scientifically people call it the flow. The flow state is the state where your mind is so focused, your body is so healthy, and you are completely always become very creative. You always be very creative. The flow state is such a desirable state that we find out that actually a Hungarian psychologist famous for discover this state. His name is Mihai. Mihai is clearly a Hungarian name. Mihai. So this man here who left Hungary because if you're so hungry in Hungary, so he left Hungary to go to a place that has no hunger, and that is the United States. And so he became one of the top professors who studied only one thing, flow state. He actually coined that term, flow. So we don't have that term until that guy invented that term, flow. So Mihai, chicken Mihai. So what happened is here is at the end of one scene, you get into a flow state. The only difference from what he said was this flow state that once you create it, and you keep doing it for a while, you become very creative, your mind becomes very high, you become like in a big crowd, you stick your head out of it because you become outstanding. Your mind, your body, it's simply integrated. So what is a flow state? A flow state is where both your mind and your body become so integrated. Here we add on the breathing. People said that happiness is not much different from one than the other. You ask Bill Gates the most happiest moment in his life, and you ask a guy who is in the slum, they will say the same. The happiness is not much different, but the flow is so different. Bill Gates would get into the computer for 10, 20 hours at a stroke. And he would get into a state that's so focused, so integrated that we call fulfilling. After he get out of it, or even in the midst of it, he feels fulfillment. But happiness is not fulfillment. And so we rather strive for fulfillment rather than a momentary happiness. And so this fulfilling is what human beings now, we all strive for. It's not about happiness. So the other time when we heard about the Bhutan Prime Minister said, okay, you don't need the GDP, you need a GD, general, the gross domestic happiness. Then everyone was so hyped about that. You don't want to have gross domestic production, right? But you want to have happiness. But then to the psychologists, they just laugh at it because they think very clearly that happiness is not the goal. It is the flow that we want to. When you get to the flow, you find a few things. Number one, a very big thing, you find meaning for your life. Number two, you find a drive, a motivation for day to day. Number three, you find fulfillment on this what we do. And then happiness and joy, everything come after that. But the most important thing is you find meaning. You find the real meaning for your life. Oh, you're doing it because of this. And the flow state is what we're striving for. We don't strive for happiness. We actually strive for flow. So how does the flow feel? The flow is a state when you feel your body and your mind were integrated. You completely forget about all things around you. And thinking about the moment when you do your homework, you get into it, almost get to the answer for your mathematical problem, you're really into it. Sometimes you're really writing something. Even the normal flow is when even you surf on the internet. You just read it, you can't even listen to things, do anything else. But that's a normal flow. The flow can be measured from 0 to 100, the degree of flow. So flow state is a state of very desirable. And when you meditate, you actually get into a flow. But the flow in meditation is so profound. It's so quiet, pure. Okay? A lot of energy. When you meditate, a lot of energy focus on something. So flow is a state of focus as well. So when we cannot get into a focusing state, we don't have a flow. Now, these three things here tell you first, to manage the form. The form is very definitive movement. You can't go wrong with forms. Forms have to be exact. Okay. You know that thoughts moving around is so confused. But when you do forms correctly, you usually don't have that confusing thoughts flying around anymore. So forms is the first thing you do with the body. Then you do the breathing. Then you integrate the two things and you have the flow. But let's break down into detail. The forms, just know the form. Many people after a month, they just walk out from it because they think, well, I know it. I know the form. But without building your strength, stamina, endurance, and flexibility, you haven't got the form correctly. So I like you, teachers, when you go to class to teach, the first thing you're going to tell people is about the pyramid structure that she's talking about. You go through the classes, maybe you go through this thing here. Before you go back there, you say, hey, it takes you 6 months to master it. Or maybe more than 6 months, but just do it. Now, and then you go through, you explain, hey, look at this. It takes 6 months to do it because 3 months to learn the forms, 3 months to build form quality, strength, stamina, endurance, and flexibility. Now, strength is, what is the strength? Strength is the inner building of your muscle, of your body, the inner structure. What is stamina? Ability to endure stress. What is endurance? The ability to prolong the practice. Endure. What is flexibility? The ability for moving muscle, tendons, part of the body in a very coordinated way. So it's not be so stiff. Okay. Then it takes time to do this. You can know, but you cannot accomplish it. So it will take 3 months. Now that is just barely make it. If you really want to do it, it may take you years and years. And when you take a look at the person, do you know how flexible, how strong the person is? Yes. Just take a look. You don't even say, okay, I have to watch how you do it. So when you take a look at the person, you pretty much have a hunch that how much the person is flexible or just do you? You take a look at people and you see the flexibility of the person. You take a look, you put the side of it, you don't see it. But are people walking? Mostly you can guess. Look at the girls walking. You think she's flexible?
Very fast too.
Very fast. But yes, you normally can tell the flexibility of the person. But you cannot tell people stamina. You can feel strength of the person by the body built, but flexibility also shown in the walk. A person who is very stiff, when the person who is stiff walking, you know the stiffness is manifest through the body, the walking. Okay, so this is the first part here. The second part here is interesting because the second part here, you are working on the breathing, and the breathing has 2 parts. One, you learn abdominal breathing, and so that will be built. 2, you channel that breathing into each place of the chakra. That's what we call chakra breathing. It is abdominal breathing and the chakra breathing. The 2 kinds of breathings are the main course of 1B. And whatever we have learned is okay, but in this class here tomorrow, we drill on 1B breathing more for the people who are up to 1B thing. I will teach the 1B, actually this afternoon and more. The way that you breathe, because there is a certain way that you do the breathing. Only a certain way that you do it correctly, that you can produce what we call the heat from here. This heat here is what will create in the future the yuan-qi, meaning the original primal energy, unity. Okay, so that is what we're going to learn. That's what will lineage you from demons or deviant path. Once you have this heat here, as I told you before, the difference is the heat revealed during this time here is everywhere. But the heat that from this here abdominal practice produce the heat deep inside, and that heat has one role. The role is to transform itself into yuan-qi, meaning the original or the source energy. the source energy transforms itself into Yen, meaning the spirit, and liberate you out of this body. When you have that kind of energy, what happens to you is you're constantly in the flow, but your knowledge and vision and view is not like get stuck anymore. You can always keep open yourselves up. So this is the real deal. Okay? And as I talked about in 1A, you can learn this, but when do you accomplish it? Could be many years later. Or could be just 6 months. It depends not only on your practice, but depend on how you view yourself. Okay? Usually I push that back to 2A and beyond. So you build the internal energy, we call the damping breathing, abdominal breathing, this we call the chakra breathing. The 2 of this come over here, then we start to prepare for the flow. The flow will be accomplished if you have this mental framework ready. And so we need to build a mental framework. How do we build a mental framework? By studying the contemplation and then practice the contemplation. The contemplation of this symbolic form. Okay, heaven, frog, the frog coming out. You have to visualize it. You have to visualize that. Okay, coming out, the frog coming out and becomes the scenery. The frog disappears. You have to visualize it. When you visualize it, you can free up your mind from this other deal. And so it prepares you for the flow. So when the flows happen, it's very profound. Okay. Now, without preparation here, you still enter the flow, but the flow is not profound enough to keep the energy from down here to transform. So you can have the flow without the contemplation, without the mental framework. You can have the flow, but you can never get this energy released. And so, my own experience, I have to go right back to the contemplation in order to prepare myself. I have gone to this far, I've gone into the flow, but I have to go back, fix my framework, my mental framework, put back all of these images again, and then start from there, coming over. So, my suggestion and my framework now here is this: we do as we lay out like this. After the mental framework is okay, then you develop integration. Develop integration is the flow, where the movement, the breathing, and the mind now become one. So the system is complete. By 1C, the system is complete. If you believe in yourself, in your practice, you take time on doing it. It will take you 3 years. 3 years. Because you know why? Because if you don't, you just learn and know. You need to get your bodies slowly built. Your blood has to be pretty strong. Your muscle and all that has to be built slowly. So many of you have been with us maybe for 4 years already. And many of you have changed. The body is transformed. What you need to do now is just have one more step, meaning go back there, work on the frame, on the mental frame, go back to the system, work on the down here. Because you know what? Here is the tricky part of the whole teaching. I could not figure out until the last training. The end of the last training, I figured out that where some people get something going on. Meaning, some people have gone all the way to here, because the flow, but they haven't developed the down here. Heat. I could not figure that out myself because I don't have the experience like most of you. I gone through all of this not because of CK10, but because of meditation. And so I have to go back there and work on the teaching, design the teaching, so that it works well. Otherwise, I don't know how to do it. But since last training, I've gone back and I really think about why some people experience this but not the other. And I found out that some people have really gotten down to the flow because you really do 40 times each, 40 repetitions each, and you have so high. You look at the face full of light, and you're really good. But I take a look at and measure, and I say, but she doesn't have it inside, but she has the flow. So what the heck is this? Why is this? And I soon find out because I did not teach this. I didn't teach properly how this may happen. So now, the first time now in July, this is the first time ever here that you'll be trained on this one. So the people who are not here, if you missed it, you'll be retrained next time. So this is the good part of what you are here. So you're here, that's good, because you can learn the first time how to get this energy built inside. So this is not the heat, it is inside. Heat inside, the heat will transform into the spirit. And remember this, you cannot manipulate it. It will not harm you or direct you to do anything bad. It just simply an open up of yourself. And if you're willing to change your life, to make your life become better, improve your life, then that comes faster. If you resist to change yourself, one way or the other, it comes much slower, because it only comes because you are ready to go to the next level. Okay, so that's pretty much what I always think about, and as the structure, what you wanted to really read and really study and make sure you understand what is up here in this part right here. So when you go to the class, you tell people, hey, stay with us for 6 months. We will take you through. Okay. What is over here? This is meditation form. After we come back and teach you. But it is a different kind of meditation, but you can teach to help support this, support it. So you have learned this, but it's not in structured way. So now I put it in the structure so you can learn it. Okay, question please. Thầy cảm nhận rằng là mình học nhiều lắm, nhưng mà cái thực hành của mình thì chưa bằng thời gian mình học. Nên mình thực hành nhiều. Thì bây giờ là mình thực hành không đủ. Có đường thầy mà nói đấy, thầy không phải tư hành không được mà thầy quá. Thầy tư cái nhiều thầy vô. Rồi xong rồi tư hành mà đến thầy trở lại này kia, mà thầy lại tư hay hơn. Nên bây giờ nhiều kinh nghiệm là thầy phải tích lũy để mà teach, tại vì nhiều kinh nghiệm thầy không có. Cho nên các anh chị là những người mà rất đẹp là bởi vì các anh chị là những bậc kinh nghiệm đầu tiên.
Cảm ơn thầy.
So no, it's not true. Don't believe in that such. Nhưng mà cái structure đó nó không có sai lầm gì cả đâu. Rồi bây giờ đó thì là ai có hỏi nhau. Thì bạn sẽ bạn phải nhớ là khi mình vào dạy lá dạy thiền, nhưng mà mình phải nhớ rằng mình nói là chuyện là 3 tháng đầu học thì mới 3 tháng sau tập luyện thì mình có sức nhiều guys có thể thiền nhiều vui nhiều có thể khả năng.
Cái này 3 tháng đầu mà dạy 10 con là nhiều.
Rõ ràng là 10 con nhiều. But the breakdown, you remember I break down in 3 months. First one you teach 3, second one 3, last one 4. Yeah.
Last one.
But that is a framework, so you can just adjust a little bit here and there. But you know from roughly that's when you will teach. Okay? Because here is what I tell you. Sometimes I come to the class, not here, I come to the other class, and I watch people teaching, and I know that the urge for you to teach a new thing, and even myself, I feel bad if I don't have anything new to teach. But I always abstain from it. I said, wait, let's wait, because they're not going to do anything much. Don't give them. Just wait. Yeah. But I have so much things to teach. I do have a lot. But I have to wait because too much. Did you practice it? You don't have time to practice it. And so I have to abstain. I have to wait. So once you get over this, you know what happened is we need to keep working on ourselves. The instructor's class has to be going on all the time, every week. And so I have decided that I clear up my schedule December. I'm not going to go travel. Except the always exceptions. Exception is I'm going to do the retreat. The retreat there. We have a retreat here. But I'm cut down all my travel in November, December, January, February, and March. I have called up Taiwan already. I said, you too bad. I wouldn't come to you until the next year. I won't come. You know, I'm coming to Taiwan in September, but I won't come until the next summer. So I already make that decision because I feel that the instructor here, in order to be strong, you need to work with me, you need to practice with me. Now, if you don't have me here, you need to practice with me here, and Sheila. But if you don't come to practice, you only come if I'm here, then you yourself compromise your health. Especially now we have new faces like Laura. Come along, yo, Laura. Then we're going to work harder. We got to get the new people inspired by what we do. We just cannot just say, oh, I'm not going to come. You know, so we're going to work hard. And we want to ask also you to take time to go to Dallas, to go to Houston. No, I mean this group here. You go to Dallas, Houston, to go to San Jose, to other places normally you learn. You just observe and interact with those groups. So that's a whole different way. So, for example, if Laura said, oh, I have vacation, yeah, instead of going to Hawaii. Now, you go to Houston, do something with them, learn something with them, and come back and report. Isn't that good? And if you go to Houston, do they treat you well?
Yes.
Very well, see? But at the same thing, you guys can always come back here and learn with us here and there. And we send people, you know, we should cross. What do we cross?
Cross-pollination.
Pollination. Not compare foods. Cross-training or what do you call cross-exchange? Cross-exchange.
Exchange field.
Actually, yeah, seems good. You go to Houston, and here the studio. Oh, can we exchange our feeling together? I'm not going to do this exercise, but let me, yeah, of course. But we should think about, you know, how we can keep moving and learning and all that. Because you think that Houston have come here. How about us? Do we come over there? Do we, as ITC? We haven't. We should send people over there on their own ticket. They buy the ticket. We're not going to buy the ticket. Ron, can you find me a few millionaires? We really need a couple of few millionaires around here. So the first thing I'm going to ask them is to have maybe $500,000 funding for ITC travel. So we can send people up here and there. We can get Sophie come back here a few times and pay her ticket. And send, you know, her to send Sophie to France, maybe to Tahiti, so we can train people. You know, we need funding. I need $500,000 up front right now. we need some money. But we don't have money. That's the state of the union. We just don't have money, man. Okay. So that's so much for today. This morning, in the afternoon, we come back and we want to go over the rest of the book here. and we want to get one main material for you. Okay. So see you again. How many of you are going to eat? Transforming. What do you do up here in order to get the beach transforming down here? Okay. That's the first question. What do you do to get to be the transforming? There are 3 steps here in order to get to be transforming. What are the 3 steps? First question. So that's take you 1 minute to write out. Okay, question number 2. Finish question number 1, question number 2. That for the first 3 months, you got new things. You got new forms. For the next 3 months, out of 6 months of the CKTM, okay, you will learn 4 things. The first 3 months you build your form, but the next 3 months, month 4, month 5, and month 6, you need to build 4 things. That's the essence of your practice. You build 4 qualities. What are the 4?
What level?
What is, sir? Easy, right? What are the 4 things you need to build when you teach month 3, 4, 5, and 6? There are 3 things. What are the 4 qualities you need to build? Okay, is that clear? All right. We got a second question. Here's the last question. And this question, if you don't get this, or you're going to back to be student. What are the 3 C? This one easy. We have learned this for many years. 3 C. When you demo, you need to demo with 3 C. Yes. Dạ câu số 1 đó là gì vậy?
The 3 steps to be transformed.
Bây giờ là nghiên cứu là thăng hoa đó, transform đó, thì nó làm 3 điều. 2 điều này trong cái cuộc học tập của mình đó. Cái khóa thứ 2 đó, tháng thứ 4, tháng thứ 5, thứ 6 đó, thì mình dạy người ta để mà xây dựng 4 chuyện. 4 quality. Câu thứ 3 là le 3 cái gì c'est? Le 3 c'est okay, no, thì đó đúng rồi. Thì câu 4 đó. The first question had 3 points, second question had 4 points, and the third question had 3 points. Together 10 points. Okay, the first 5 people get a bonus. Bring it here. First 5 people. That's one
Không hiểu câu đầu đấy. Câu đầu không hiểu theo đổ này nè, thầy trả lời câu đó thầy biết thế. Becoming nè, absorbing nè, becoming, transforming.
No. Oh, all in one is correct. Yeah. What is the answer for it? Imitating.
Absorbing.
Imitating. Come to absorbing.
Digesting.
Come to digesting.
Becoming.
And then come to becoming.
And then transforming.
And becoming leads to transforming. I want to give you 1 minute rundown on this one. We didn't realize that most of the things in life is just about imitating. We don't inventing that much. We're imitating. We don't invent or reinvent the wheel. We're imitating and we keep imitating, and then we absorb it, and then maybe we change it here and there. So, but by absorbing and digesting, in the process becoming, maybe there's new thing coming in, because there's many sources coming in so we can digest, many things coming in here. And we become. As we become, we no longer become the person we used to be. You be transformed into a new person. So that is the sort of thing that's happening when you learn the CK10. You're imitating the movement, you're absorbing the teaching, you absorb. So there's no way that in one session like this we finish everything, but you absorb, you learn, you're learning. And then you're digesting. Maybe here and there, any other teaching, suddenly you bring it in, you digest it. And then now you become an instructor. Okay? The second question is easy. Because the 4 things that you want to learn, 4 things. So if you do this correctly, the 3 points. Yeah, the 4th thing that is when you come into the 4th, 5th, or 6th month of the first class, what are the 4 things? First, English strength. Second, stamina. Third, endurance. 4th, flexibility. They all come together. All come together. Okay. That's easy. Now, who will go and have blood education know this well? If you sit on the same car with me, you know this well.
I sat outside.
Okay. What do you do with the third question? The third question asks is so simple. 3C. And we have been talking like this for many years. You know, even you close your eyes, you know 3C. What is 3C? Correct. Okay. It's what? Confidence. First is self. Second one is your skills. Is consistency. Third one is expression. So self is confidence. Right? Skill. Your skill, you need to be consistency. And about your expression has to be clear or clarity. So make sure that you have the 3 things here. Because you have this confidence, that's not enough. If you have the consistency, but you don't express well, that's not good. Or you are not confident, but your skill is pretty good, that's not even. So you need to have 3 of them together, meaning yourself, the heart, the head, and the hands. They have all coming together. So make sure you have that one. And you'll be surprised that you will become a very good teacher by no time. We want to spend the next half hour here to work on one thing, and that is
when we come to the class, when we teach a form, which one is the most important or easiest one that we should do? So many of you have gone through with Sheila and here talking about, but now I give you my view. Okay, how's that? Okay. So we have no view on this. I don't know why this is so sticky. When you teach the first one, how do you? What is the emphasis on the first one? When you come to the first, teach the first one. Here's what you should do. Hands first? No. One, do this. You teach people this first thing. Okay? This is the first thing you teach people. Axée. Okay, can you write it down instead of standing doing with me? And then stand up, do with me. And sit down. This is the first thing you do is axée. Second one, here. Come. You do the twisting. Teach you how to do twisting. Come and twist. Pulling back and twist. Pull back, twist. Do the second thing. This is how I bend my knees. Okay? This is the second thing you teach people. Okay. The third one, you draw an arrow here, you draw an arrow down here, and just working on this, right? Without moving the body, just only the hands. Only the hands. Only the hands. You don't do anything with the body, just the hands. Okay? Just the hands. Not even leg or head, just the hands. Fourth, work on your head. Your head. Just keep it straight. And then finally, moving. Only one hand moving. Not even two hands. Okay? So, teaching like this is most in order, and you naturally can get people gradually, stage by stage, get to this. And the last one is two hands. And you draw an arrow down, draw an arrow down, draw an arrow. So don't be afraid to draw an arrow. Okay? So, sit down. Everyone sit down. Go ahead. You stand up and you repeat. I'm just testing you now. No looking.
Once you step your left foot out, 1.5 shoulder width, knee soft, bend your knee actually.
Yeah. Just tell me the procedure is now.
And then you try to shift from side to side and pay attention to how you shift your weight from one leg to the other.
Good. Okay. That's
Fountain Valley, I don't think people can understand something.
Yeah, very good. Next one.
And then, as you know your body, how you shift your weight, then you start shift to the right, twist your body, back to the center. Shift your body to the right, back to the center.
Mm-hmm.
Shift your body to the right, twist, back to the center. And then next, you just stand there, raise your right hand, and we'll just practice the way your right arm moves. Make sure this part always show. No body involvement, just right now, just get used to the hand.
So one thing.
Draw
Arrows.
Draw.
Arrows. Yeah, make sure you draw the arrows, because have let people configuratively know that, oh yes, it's there. So the shoulders. Okay, good. Very good.
And
So
then
far.
next would be arm and head straight.
Inside the side so people can be aware of it. No, continue. Yeah.
So next would be the head
Okay.
and arm together.
Good.
Just one arm.
Good. Very good.
And you sweep your eye from one side to the other, 180 degree. And then next would be two hands.
The arrows. Draw the arrows down. Remember that?
Expose the arrows.
you draw the arrow on the right hand this way, and the left arm, you draw the arrows down. You remember that, do you? Yes? Okay, so, but what she did was completely correct. So, alright, let's try another one. Slowly, let's try another one, the procedure. Of course, you don't teach right away, right? We did exactly what we do this morning. We break down movement, right? This is a breakdown movement. Okay, go ahead, slowly. We just repeat what we have observed. Breakdown movement.
First, step out to the width of your shoulder, and then you shift your leg to the left and right.
It's not shoulder width. It's a little more time.
1.5 shoulder width. Then you shift to your left and right.
Good. Very good.
And while you do that, you feel your body movement to the left and to the right side of the legs. Once you get that, then the next thing we work on is the twisting. So we move to the right and back to the center, and shift to the right, back to the center. And after this part, then we work on our hands. So the hands, the upper arm, you make sure that it's facing downward. You're going arrow going down.
On the right hand, this left hand going down this way. Right. You need to draw an arrow. I know that because you probably didn't remember last training.
I haven't learned. This is my first time.
Okay, so should I go ahead and draw the arrows on her hand? Yeah. So she knows exactly. People who know exactly this is what you should do when you teach students at your class. Okay. The arrows from the right hand, for the right hand is always here. At the right hand.
It's permanent.
No, that's no, the other. Okay, the other arrow. That arrows is always going down, meaning don't point this arrow to any people. You have to point to the ground.
Okay.
Okay, that arrow is pointing to the ground. So remember this. Don't point this arrow to anybody else. Meaning, you lift it up like this, point this guy. No, that's not what you want. You want it always going down. Doesn't matter what. It's always pointing to the ground. Never pointing, lift up and point at people. But this always exposed. Okay.
So that's what this part is facing, going downwards, or what?
No. This is not downward.
Okay, so the
this
hand, you're
is,
saying down.
This facing front. This facing down. This arrow going down.
Okay, I see. So as you move, you keep the arrow go down, always facing downward, and the one's going horizontally, always go in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. So once there are, so the next step is we work on the head. So the head's going to face to the left, and then to your right.
Okay.
And then after that, we form them, combine them together.
Very good.
So, you combine your legs with your hands and your head. Your head your eyes, looking from one side of the room to the other, which is 180 degrees. Don't look downward, but just look to the front, which is your horizontal. And I think that's...
Very good.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. And then lastly, combine the both hands together. Keep all of that, all of 1 to 5 together. Just
Very good. What all of you need to work on is you combine with the line. How you analyze the line. For example, okay, shifting, so you be aware of this line here. And then you shift, but be aware of the line. Okay, and the center, where the center is. You shift, be aware of that. And second thing is, after you're saying that, when people do it, everyone does it from 5 minutes. Okay, let's do the next thing. Let's break that movement. It's about the shifting here.
shifting. So thinking about your shift with twisting, but still in the same axis. Okay, so you tell people here what you come here, going back this way. But look, my body is still straight. I'm just shifting, twisting. This is the second thing. Well, 5 minutes. Say, okay, let's look at this line here, center here. But now let's look at this hand here. With this hand, look at this plane here. That my hand rests on this plane. Okay, and this plane here is just above my navel a little bit here. Okay, so I'm teaching people this. Okay, so tell people the plan, the line, the kind of thing. And then finally, I say, okay, now let's work on the head. So work on the head here, so can keep the shoulders level, the shoulder lines level, and therefore the center line will be straight. You explain that to other people, people will understand, oh yeah, that's why you're doing it. You see? So you say, okay, look, head go like this, but don't go like this. Okay? So people now understand that, yes, it's just your head moving, but not the shoulders. Okay? Then, you combine the two things and say, hey, look, watch. You come here, the waist shifting here is the waist shift. Okay, I'm twisting the spine, but look, the center line is still the same, and the plane where my hands move is the same. And look at here, there's exposed the front, and look at my feet, watching my feet. I didn't really clamp like that, no, I'm straight. So, I get myself to the center, and look, and watching my hands, see? I didn't flip my fingers, so I can keep the hands on the arms on the plane. And now, watching my head, I'm looking to the back, to the front here, side here, and the side here. And I didn't raise my shoulders, so I keep the shoulder lines at base. So that's how you explain, and then one by one by one, and then finally 2 hands. Okay. Now this is Yin, and everyone else around have to remember this very important key thing. But this guy here can only stay if you don't flip this up. So if you go like this, now this, if you go like this, then this is going to be up. So you make sure that it's so relaxed, okay? So that's the first one. Let's go to the second one. Second one is the frog. So you say, okay, how does the frog look like? The frog look like it's jumping up. So the first thing everyone student you should learn is here, back. You go like this, go like this. Learn this. Have one hand in the front and one hand in the back here, so people sort of understand how the movement will be. Okay, now, at the time of graduation this time, before you get the certificate, you're going to do exactly this. How do you teach this form? How do you teach breakdown form? Besides the demo, I want to listen to how do you teach that breakdown form. Okay, so remember the procedure. You don't remember the procedure? Very bad. Okay, so this is a suggestion. You can have the hand here. Because this, do you know why we have had this hand like this? People can feel the degree of curvature, how curving you are. So if you do like this, people don't really. We have 2 hands, one hand in the back and in the front, and the back hand is not like this. No, the back hand like this. Okay? But if you're doing this, you go like this, people, you start to feel the curvature, and they will say, oh yeah, I can do this much. But if you don't have the hands, you know what? People don't really feel it. So that's a trick. Okay, that is the teaching skill that you need to pick up on that. So you have the hands in front, and you people going down and going back, and suddenly they feel, oops, yeah, over here, oh yeah, right here. Ah, it's hurt because it was this much. But then, after a while, you start to tell people, okay, do more. So you're working on this a little bit here, a little bit here. I actually believe that we need to have a couple of few particular warm-up that you can throw in if you do have time. like the exercise, like you're coming down and you open up and this. Okay, that's a good one. And so you said, okay, so first learn this, okay, and now look up there, up sitting, okay, coming down, look down here a little bit, look here, and look and open up wider and wider and wider. That's what you said, okay. And then when you do that thing, finish with the back, okay. Here what you do next, you say hands. Hands. So hand like this, coming up and coming down, and you combine with the mantra if you want to, up and down. First, just hand up and hands down. Hand up and hands down. Hand up and hands down. And then you say, now combine with the back bend and the hands. So you do this, hands up, look up, and stretch, and hands down. And look down a little bit. Hands up, and hands down. And looking down, looking up, looking down, looking up, looking down. That is the second part of the breakdown movement that you should teach. Third one. After you do that for a while, you probably will enjoy very much how you do it. So you start to do something new. What do you do new? You say like this. You say stand like this, and coming down, straight, coming down, and stand up. Okay. And the third thing, because it will be very tiring for them. So you can go down, and you're coming up. Use it maybe 5 times. Coming down, coming up, 5 times. After coming down 5 times, you finish it. Now you combine. You say, step out. Okay. Hands coming out, and you coming down. Now they're familiar with it already. Enough. And after they're familiar with it, what do? They make a phone call. Okay. And then what do? You say, okay, this is where you need to look at the point over there. You pick that point, so you know that every time you're coming up, you're coming down to this point here, and then your hand break. Your hands break down, and then you come down over. But before that, make sure number 4 on this movement here is coming down here and bends over, looking where, Kevin? You look to feet, okay, not on here, here. And there's one point, a very important point over here with your head. You have to tell people this. You have to tell people, coming down straight here, you bend over and make sure that the head is kind of looking down a little bit. Not straight, looking down. I don't prefer it's looking like this. I think it's just a little bit like this. A curve on your back is good. On the bone in here. You say, okay, coming down, and finally up. Now, you notice this. I didn't lift my toes. I don't need to lift right away. You go up, and then coming down. Okay? And up, coming down. You do it a few times. People will try to get it. And then finally, you lift up a complete form. Okay, agree? So that is the suggestion for breakdown forms. When you teach, that's a breakdown form you teach. Okay. Do you want me to repeat? Yes. Okay. Yes. So let's do the beginning. Go ahead and show you. That is. Third one.
The third one is we look now work with the hand together. We go up. Oh, sorry. Go up. Okay. Hand together. Go up first and open. And go down. Slowly and gently. Up first and slow down. And now we work on the feet.
Okay.
Oh, the hand.
Still the hands, but At first you just do this movement and then bend.
All combined. Okay.
Coming down, yeah.
Yeah. Let's combine the first one up, get down.
Yeah. Slowly the angle becomes more and more and more larger and larger.
And now what's on our feet, the
You,
legs?
you have to bend your back as well when you're coming down.
Oh,
Bending
okay.
over. Okay, do it again. Up, bend backward, arching backward, and bending forward. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, keep doing that for 4 or 5 times so the people can do the same as you do. And then finish that, and then the next one.
Okay, next one we're working our feet, our legs, facing straight and low, bend our knee,
Sit down, yeah.
sit down,
Good.
and up again,
A few times.
sit down, back straight up again.
How many times?
5 times.
We don't really know. Don't fix on the number of times. The reason why, some people maybe not be able to do even 5 times. But you want to get to that time. You do maybe 2-3 times, then you stop a little bit talking, and then you do 2-3 times again. In other words, you don't want to fix on the numbers. Fixing the numbers has the biggest problem, and that is some people just cannot make it. But the numbers giving you a certain kind of formula, you rely on. So I would say you be 10, but you practice, you do it many times. Okay, go ahead.
So next one we will be combine all everything together. By put hand together, feet down, bend down, and drop our head. We must put the mention the eyes look between our toes, the distance between our 2 big toes.
No, not between the big toe. Between the baseline.
Oh, the
Baseline
okay.
between the 2 center of your foot, your feet.
Okay. All right. Then go up. Sorry.
It's the same, apply the same for both. So apply the same. Okay, very good. And then, finally? Last one. Lift up.
Oh, lift the heel. Sorry.
Lift. Very good. Okay, that's it. Number 1. Repeat the same thing. Now, let me tell you, that is procedure that I suggested. The reason why I suggested, I taught many times, many classes, and I picked up on what people responded to. Now, you can modify if you feel the modification is better. Okay, let's do that. This is not fixed. However, if your modification is something too radically strenuous, meaning too much. For example, if you first come and you go do like this, you give very bad impression of people right away. Because it's really hurtful when you're doing this. So the first thing you don't do in that, you do the easiest thing. The easiest thing here is also the most crucial part of the exercise, is the bending. Bending. And here is also, you can also measure the degree that people respond to their body as well. And so I would suggest you do that. Okay? So you have to be a little more flexible and also understanding how the students will respond to the forms. But if you modify a little bit here and there, that's okay, but don't modify too much in terms of breakdown forms. Okay? Go ahead.
Forward, backward. So when you think that your back is kind of flexible, you can start doing the arm. So if you go
Very
like
good.
this,
We should grade for everyone who answers here. We should grade everyone. So all the people just now, they all A.
so you go on your, you do with the arms, put the back of your hand together, go on the way up, bring it down.
Let's do the reverse.
The reverse, okay.
Same thing.
You put the back of your arm together.
The arms.
I mean your hands
Yeah.
Back of the hand
You
together.
do it with the eyes open or closed.
And you put it right there in front of your chest. Go down. Open. Put the back of your hand together. Turn it around. Put it down. Go up. Turn around. Go down. Now we combine the hand and the back. So we do like this. Bring it up. Look up. Bring it down. Look down. Bring it up. Look up. Bring it down. Look down. Bring
Okay.
it up.
Very good. Let's wait a minute. At this point now, can you insert something about the line? You can tell anything about the line. The line?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So, by the flow of the class, sometimes you add on, expanding one way or the other. Oh yeah, this is, by the way, this is how it's moving.
Ryan, I don't need
Brian?
Ông ngoại của ba của chị Loan ấy, Loan nó có Brian nó đến nó đi học cái lớp.
I went from to the back one.
Mấy đứa học đâu thì nó nhỏ.
Brian? Yeah, he will be on the team today at 5 o'clock. Come there, Brian. Brian told me.
Tap your left foot out, bend down a little bit, and then keep your back straight. Stand up, bend down, stand up,
To where? Bend down to where?
on your knee.
No, bend down to the level when you pick up a point.
Yeah.
Where comfortable? Bend.
Yeah, you bend down to your comfortable zone and then look up, pick up the point. And that is the place where you're going to bend your head down. Now, we do it one more time. So you just bend down and pick up the point right in front of you. And it is the place where you're going to bend. So you just bend and look between your feet. Go up, stand up. Bend down, pick up the point, and this is where you will bend. Bend, and then look between your feet. Now, we combine the leg and the arm together. So you stand like this. Be sure that your feet and your shoulder length and both feet are parallel. You put your arm in front of your chest and then start going down. When you go to the point where you're ready to pick up, start bending down. Look into the feet, go up. One more time. Pick the point, bend down, look into the feet, go up. Sorry. You don't stand on the toe yet. I'm sorry. One more time. Bend down, pick the point, and stand up.
They are very pro. They know exactly what is happening. They say perfect. They get A. Including people in Dallas here, Phương Lý was impressing me. She did very well actually. She repeated very well. So that's a good thing. Okay, next one. So next one is the do. Okay. Okay, so the buffalo tell me which one you do first. Neck. So here what you should do is try to tell me from neck. Alright, neck. Coming, come back in. Coming out, come back in. This is how you do. Okay, and you say, oh look, see, if we didn't move the body, it's very difficult. Now imitate the buffalo. This is how you should do it. Yeah, stick it out. Is that easier? Yes. When you stand here, very difficult. Here, look, come down, come back in. See, come down, come back in. Now the buffalo, the movement is you want to stick it down and coming real back this way. And then you say, okay, let's start to do both sides, coming back and coming down. And then you say, oh, by the way, let's get the feet correctly. The 2 feet have to be parallel, or maybe a little bit open, a little bit angle. Okay, you say that. Say, okay, coming down this way and coming down this way. That's it. And then you start to correct. You say, wait a minute, the buffalo going, but the head had to be above the nut. And so try look at one point over there, and then move the head over that. But don't try to go below it. Okay, so try to get there and coming right back. And you say, how about just lift up your feet? Okay, coming over, so easier, and lift your foot back. Okay, so how to do that? You get the lower part all done, right? So it's going step by step. Number one, just sort of make the movement of the chin. Then let people exposed to this movement quite a bit. And then you change the direction of the feet. You should go stand correctly here. And then you tell people to do what? Here at the line, you look at the point over there, and you make sure you go that way, and you go back this way, look at that point. Finally, lift the foot up. Okay? So, done with the foot, the leg work. Then you go with the hand. You say, here is the meaning of the hands here. You're pushing out, you're dropping down, you open up, you're standing your hands up, you bring it to the center. Push, drop, open, coming to the center. So, use the hand, this is hands. Okay, tell about the hands, and we said, okay, now let's combine hand and leg. Because when you do this, blah, blah, blah. That's it. Pretty simple, easy. It will be the same thing over the other side, coming over the other side. I always experience that people respond to this easy than any other form. There are a few reasons why people responded easy because it's an easy movement. Most of them can do it easily. So if you realize that when I teach in Taiwan this time, and almost every time that I go to Taiwan, I don't teach just one place in our center. We had this policy we call 下种, meaning to plant seeds. So we teach one unit, meaning like the government office somewhere, Kaohsiung. We teach many places like that. So during the time I'm staying, usually I teach 2-3 places in 1 or 2 weeks. So, and then like this time now, I teach 4 places, and they plant seeds, and they don't care about if the people will come back to learn with them or not. No need. Plant the seeds, plant the seeds, plant the seeds. And after we plant the seeds now, people will come back later. They come back to the place. And so as I'm teaching them, I find that sometimes I don't teach the frog first. I teach the buffalo first, so they can easily imitate. And after I'm doing that, I go back, I teach the frog. Third, I teach buffalo, crane, and then frog. And the response is even better than I teach the frog first, because they can see easily. So the first impression, they feel that easy, they want to sink their teeth in it. But if the first time when they present to them so difficult, then usually they reserve their opinions. They don't say they like it. So I teach the first one. But now, are you doing this? Same thing. You're doing that, and people really like the explanation of why the fingers go down. Okay. Right. So that's done with the popular form. This is easy form, right? So it's too easy to do it, right? Okay. You go. You try it.
Then to pay attention to the neck, to just step out and then demonstrate the neck.
Okay. Good.
Then I will teach them to put their feet like this, and then go back and forth a few times.
Mm-hmm.
And also tell them to look with a point in front of them. And then I teach them the hands. And I tell them to put their hands in front. Maybe go.
Station.
Yeah.
Station trước khi mà mình đi làm việc. Đừng có để độ ra trước này.
Put their hands in front and go out, drop down, okay. And then you go back to the center a few times. And then I combine everything. And just then do this. And then go to the other side to do the reverse.
Okay, very good. Còn người nào không làm được không? Ok, cô Trường làm đi.
Dạ thầy con có câu hỏi thầy.
Cô hiểu sao?
Dạ thầy con có cái kinh nghiệm là có một số mấy bác á, chưa có tập thể dục bao giờ thì mình có nên mention cái quấy khi người ta lui ra đằng sau đó. Tại vì có nhiều người ta cứ để cái quấy người ta in the middle thầy, thành ra mình cũng nhắc người ta. Dạ, ta cứ đứng như vậy, cái sao mình đưa tới đưa luôn vậy thôi thầy. Thành ra lúc mà con nhắc các bác, con hay nói các bác là mình ở đằng sau đó, thì mình để cái quấy của mình ra đằng sau, tới đằng trước thì cái quấy của mình nó ra đằng trước, thì các bác đứng nó vững hơn thưa thầy.
Thấy, thì cái đó là không được. Cái mesurables thì cũng được, tức là mình cũng add on như vậy đó. Rồi cái breakdown form nó có add on. Cái thầy là một mention nhất là mình phải quay chừng những cái người học sinh, nhiều người không có thân thể như nhau. I want to mention that students are very wide range. Some people are very flexible, some people are very young, some people are pretty old. We have people study with Tony, 80 years old, right Tony?
Yes.
See, they love you. They're very old people, old ladies. So you have to sort of see the range and how to teach. And you want to get really closely to these people in the intimate form, because you don't really know. Sometimes you ask so much things that they can't respond, they cannot respond. And so I tend to give a very general teaching, and then the instructor will go on and teach it in more detail. So what you mentioned about the thing, then remember, mention about the way, that's you. Okay, next one. Next one. Great. So far did you do it right? In terms of go the procedures, go the steps, right? Yes or no? So over there, in that class over there, you did it right? You did. So far so good. Okay, what's the next one? The cramp. What's the next one? Cramp. What does that do? You go up like this first, or what? No. What do you do first? Like that? This is something that you would like to do, but maybe you should tell people to relax. Let go like this, coming down, this, coming down, because people would not want to lose their balance, so you have to do this first to get the people gain their balance. So you watch my teaching. I always go with the hands first because I want to explain things, but that's not a very good way. Try to work with your legs first before you work with the hands in this case. To get people balance, go like this. And you don't lift up and stretch out. Lift up and stretch out. Okay? So you don't want people to lift up only. Okay, lift up. People lift up for a few times and say, okay, why don't you try stretch out? So we stretch out and down. So lift up and stretch out and down. Lift up, stretch out and down. So for a few times, people feel good about it, and now you go to the next one. You say, okay, let's talk about the hands. Hands going up, okay, all the way to the ears, and then flip open, and then from the ears going down, meaning you can't see your hands that much. Don't go straight, bend your neck, bend your elbows, and coming down. Keep the body in the line. So, okay. So you do a few times, and then, okay, now let's go. Let's do it together. So you can do it together, and coming down, together, and coming down. So basically that's what you teach. Then when they get it, then you do the stretch out. So relax and coming down. Okay? Now that's easy? So how many of you don't get it? Okay, let's try it out. The between.
On one point in the front, then I start to tell people to lift up the leg, the left leg first to try to get the balance. The other leg also. And after that, combined with the lift up and stretch.
Stretch out.
Stretch out, lift up, stretch out. We do a few times together. Then after that, I start to tell them about the hands. The hands always focus in one point because that helps to keep the balance. And
maybe
so
before you do one more line, look at to the front and smile. I think so. I think we do everything with smiling because otherwise it looks so seriously dead. Okay, go ahead.
And after that, we practice the hands, the arms and hands. So we got the arms straight, close to the ear, and drop the arms, relax on the side. Lift up, turn, and then combine the both arms and legs together. I don't know if we should do one side, to practice one side a few times and then the other side a few times.
Doesn't matter. Okay. There is a lot of room. Okay, there are a lot of rooms. I wouldn't want you to be so rigid and you go and teach exactly. But in the other hand, we are talking about the breakdown form. Okay. How to teach. We are talking about this. Now, if you don't have any note, you don't remember this, you don't take notes, I don't think you remember this. You need to take note on this. I'm quite sure you don't remember. Now, let me tell you this. If you don't have any procedure, no procedure over here, no procedure. I mean, this is strict procedure. Okay. The problem is, with strict procedure, the class have no more fun. You have no creativity. Okay. So this, no creativity. Because you just come in and do the whole thing. Okay. Now, but it's no procedure. What happens is you think you have a lot of creativity? It will be full of confusion. So no creativity to full of confusion. Here, we had to take the middle path. And that middle path is right here. This is about the right place, okay? That is, you have procedure. It's a flexible procedure. Flexible instruction of procedure. And we have fairly room for creativity, but no confusion. So this is the part that I think we want to aim for. So what we give you right now is the information, the suggestions that move you down to here. Okay? But you wouldn't want to take it to the other side, meaning no procedure. Come in and say, okay, let's do the frog. How to do the frog? You jump up. No, you're going to have some procedure. That's why when we testing you, we test you how do you teach a form. And if you cannot teach according to certain procedure that we suggested, well, that's not very good. But if you follow the procedure that we just suggested to you, then of course it's easy for you. So there is flexibility. For example, I think I remember when I was in Gainesville, what I do is this: I go like this, I hold like this, I hold it down, hold it up and down, because the people there understand their legs so heavy. I don't know because crocodiles or what, but they say the legs so heavy. So I said, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Go for a while. I remember just one time that I tell them to hold the legs up, and it turned out it's better for them. So that's the flexibility, you can do that. And then in Taiwan, just happened now, I tell people to go like this and kick down. They not stretch out, they kick, and then kick. After they do that, down, easily for it to stretch out. It turned out these people are working from Telecom China, Telecom Taiwan, Telecom China. They sit there all the time, and so they have so much energy get stuck in them. So when they go down, so I said, all right, let's get kicking. After the few, they get really energetic. So it depends on the flexibility, but you don't want to have confusion, because confusion means at the end of the day, they go out at the door here, and people ask them, hey, how do you do the crane? Oh, easy. No, that's confusion. You don't want to have it like this. So you need to have certain structure, but the structure is flexible enough, not too rigid. And if you have nothing written down, I bet within a week you don't remember anything. So you better write down. Okay, next one. Dragon. Okay, dragon is one of the biggest deal that we're going to teach you. Here is how we're going to teach you here. So with this one, we're lucky that we have this very good place. Rather than the Houston, Texas, we have the glasses, the mirror, but the mirror doesn't do anything much. Here, who is this here? Sorry, let's sit down. Okay, here is what you want to teach people. You tell people to hold this, and you will do it very soon. As soon as I finish, you can do this. I will hold this, bend them down to the back here straight, and you tell people to try to switch from side to side. Can you do that? That's number one. Okay? You see the distance between here and there? And the distance of your arm. Okay? You rest your arms in here, coming down. Not like this. No. Make sure you stand right here. Okay? And hands and coming down. This is how you're going to teach your dragon. Shakan, yeah? Here, go here this way. Okay? Because you want to be able to change this way. Alright, can you do that?
What is
We gotta get a pole.
Good, no problem. Then it's not very nice. So you gotta have the thought or something. I think we haven't had this. We haven't had it. Try to have it. In Scotland Valley, you don't have anything. That's the trouble. Can you get something? Chair, probably.
Chair được thầy.
You have about 50 chairs. It can be confusing. After you tell them to do that, you go to take a look over it, you turn the head, they go sit in the chairs. So here, what I'm suggesting, if you don't have it, you have it for hands on this here, stand like this, and make it for turn. Okay, but it's not good because you can't see the back. If you only when you stand like this here, then it's stationed up. This up here is stationed. See there? See here? Do you see my shoulders move? No, I don't move my shoulders. I move my something down there. Okay, that's the first movement. Here is number 2. What's number 2 movement, Tony? You're coming down here. Here's what you want to do. You turn here. You turn until your head's coming down below this line. See? Okay. So we have to learn this for a while. Slowly, you see it? Not yet under the line, under the bar, under the bar. But then I'm going to try to get under the bar here. Under the bar here. Okay, that's number 2. Can we do that later? Yes.
Question to thầy, is it under or parallel to the floor?
Pretty much that. Your eye can look down here. Look up here, down here. Okay, here. When can we do this with the class? They need to practice this. Because we know that our OC have done this, but the new people have not done yet.
People can make lines
Okay. All right. After you do that, after you do this, you turn this, and the third thing is, okay, the third thing here, you're coming like this down, you're coming like this down. Okay, hip. You swing the hips to the other side, coming this down. Here is what you want to do. Put the 2 palms together. You go like this. You go like this. Make sure these palms here parallel with this. This goes straight. Okay, that's what you do. You go like this here. Here. You bend this way. You bend this way. And make sure this straight line, straight here, and then straight here. Okay. All of this bending here actually is helping with the whole the dragon. I prefer you learn this before the dragon. So you learn this, and then after you do all the movement, the last movement, the form movement. The last movement is this. You go this, and you go this way here. You turn back. This. So you move along the lines here. Okay? Here. And just swing this way, looking this way. That's the idea. So form movement. So you teach this before you do the dragon. And once you start, when people finish this, then you get up to the stage again, and you're going to do this. Up. Okay. Don't raise your feet. Up. Over here. Bend a little bit here. Bend a bit there. More. Just turn. Help people to turn their bend their back. So it is bending differently from that one. That one twisting. This is fun, but this is also correcting the bottom of the hips. So you teach for this right away before you do this. Okay? So the dragons take longer time to teach than the other. So what I would like you to do is this. Line here, and Sheila, please help me to line them up. People who have not done this here, people out of state, should line up here first. And working on the form while I was walking by the way. Okay? Okay, please come. Here, Sheila, please come. And that is, this is exactly what I expect. I give a little instruction here, and you get on doing it. But did you do it correctly? No. Do I know you do it wrong? Yes. Let people get enthusiasm raised. Not for sure that they will do perfectly. You never expect to do perfectly. But raising enthusiasm. Now, let me come back and correct you. How do I do correct? Here? Okay, see here? See this, the space between his hands, arm's length? Okay? And I would suggest Virginia install this kind of thing at your studio if you have. The other way that you can do it is to make a mobile one. If I 8-footer, you make a mobile one. 4-footers, okay. Like this. And the people can hold on to it. The other side is just like stand. You can hold on to it. How high is it? This is about this. Yeah. We actually prefer that one for the very humble one. And the other one is about this side. But if, Dwight Howard would be this high. But I think we need a little high for a lot of us. This is fit for thị trường hay là Bữa Ăn hay là Laura, Julie, but so many people for Yip, if you stand here, you look at right here. So you need to get lower down a little bit. I think so. You have two sides, two heights. Let me explain to you this. You have this line right here. I actually stand right on this line here. And do you know why? Because I want my body, when I bend, my body fall right onto my feet right here. This line right here. This line here is where my head falling on. Okay? So when I do this hand, my head is still on this line. You see that? Okay. Now, I didn't say that to you. Just now, I didn't say that to you. Do you know why? I get you enthusiasm, get you doing it. You make mistake and I correct. So when you teach someone about CK10, don't be afraid to say it. And you go back and you fine tune, go back and fine tune. You never need to say everything right at the first time. You say it, leave it there, and you come back and you add on more, add on more, add on more. Because the knowledge cannot be acquired in one instant, especially the body knowledge. The body accumulates slowly. The mind can read a book, but the body takes time to digest during one movement. Okay. Tức là nếu các bạn không có dạy đó, thì các bạn chỉ có dạy liên hệ tu hết tất cả mọi việc. Tại vì cũng có người có báo cáo thầy đó, là lên đến kia đừng đợi mà họ nói hết từ đầu chuẩn bị xong rồi thì mình dạy. Họ chuẩn bị xong rồi thì khi họ ngáp cả, tại vì họ cần động tác làm liền. Cho nên mình phải muốn cho họ có cái enthusiasm, là cái nhiệt tâm, là phải nóng hổi. Bánh mì vừa la đo là phải cho ăn liền, không để ngồi. Sau khi mình làm rồi đó, xong rồi mình phải làm sửa dựa nhau lại đấy. Cứ một thầy nói lắc qua lắc về, bà con thầy nó có thích rồi, nó không gì trời ơi. Bây giờ bỏ đợi cái disco bây giờ đây được xài được đấy. Rõ ràng dùng nó quá, nhưng bà con thầy dùng á, bằng là đứng như nó không phải lá như này. Không nên ngồi đợi cái disco mưng nữa. Vấn đề đó là mình dạy được một phần enthusiasm người ta thích. Nhưng mà xong rồi mình go back thì mình nói okay, let's change. Let's see cái đầu mình nằm ngay bên mặt phẳng của mình. Nên khi mà thầy mình lấy đó, anh để cái rung này thì thầy make sure đó là cái đầu thầy đó nằm ở đây, rồi rớt xuống đây, rồi hai bên này. Và khi thầy nghèo qua bên này đó, thì đầu rớt xuống đây. Cái twist của cái con rồng đó là khó đi, bởi vì rồi lắc bên này qua bên này, còn là xuống bên này, tiếp nọ, nếu bên nọ là xuống như ngang như vậy, nhưng không nói gì, phải qua bên này này, bên nọ không làm người như vậy, Nó qua bên này, twist này, một cái xương nó twist xuống bên này, qua bên này xuống nó khó hơn bình thường. Do đó là when you take time to teach, don't teach everything right there, right now. Do it one step at a time, and on and on. The next thing you have to do is this: you make sure your head's falling onto your feet, okay? On the same length of the feet. Can you do that? Okay, let's go. Excuse me. And you have a perfect instruction coming. Okay, let's go. Xin là bạn đừng có lắc nhiều quá. Vừa thôi cái là lắc nhiều rồi. Right now, so you remember how the procedure would be. You should take some time to do this because it doesn't look like that you have all the time here. So I'd like you to really find some time. Either to come here early tomorrow or at all the time and do it. 5 more minutes. The destiny will arrive. You either have 4 1 or 3 2. Here, let me explain to you here. First, I will stand around about this, that's about the length of my arm. And if I go like this, you see here, look, the level of my arm, come around, that's about good. Now, for, come here. Okay, you stand like this, Okay, turn around. That's about right. So if somebody else shorter than this girl? Nope. That's good. Meaning, that's it. You see, that a little is still a little high. Okay, but it's okay. That's okay. For you, it's perfect. It's on this. Okay, thank you, Gina. Is anybody else, when you go to make something like this, in Houston, I suggest strongly make something like this. As well as Virginia and Queen. Suggest people to do this. Where else? Dallas? No, Dallas doesn't have many people. You have, but you make a mobile one or something. Okay. And I suggest that people in Falcon Valley, you find some time to have the class to come here early and just work on this. Okay. Here are 4 steps. 4 steps for the body dynamics here. The first thing is you stand like this, okay? You lower yourself down, just about it. Have your knees come together. And you swing from one side to the other side and make sure that you see your head up there, head doesn't move. And you want to tell people to swing nicely, that is not disco, okay? Keep that? Yeah. Okay. Alright, tell people to swing. So, what is the exercise? And do this 20 times. What is the exercise? The exercise is you bend here and you try to move and loosen up the hips. Okay? But why do you have this thing? Can you do it like this? The reason, very quickly, this is moved. So you have to tell people to hold it to this so it doesn't move. Okay? You have nothing like this. Have the hands out, it's okay. So it's moving, moving. Head doesn't move, shoulder doesn't move. Okay? 20 times, loosen up. Now, the other exercises, other 20 times you get tired. All the exercise you can do is you go like this. We call screwing. Cocking, screwing. So you go like this, so people relax their body a little bit. Okay? But you see how different? Because the hands and the shoulders, the head all move. So this is not what we want to do, but it's to release the stress that we just created. Finish it. Done. That's the first movement. The second movement is a movement of twisting and bending. So twisting and bending both at the same time. This is here. This is twisting. You're twisting your hip, tumbu, hips. Okay, jambu. The second thing is you twist and you bend. So twist first and bend over. Hand your hands on it and bend over slowly. Stand up, turn, twist, and bend a little bit here. then back, twist, bend over a little bit more, okay? And as you do this, you tell people, try to get your head on the same line with the feet, okay? The second part of it. Do it for quite a while, maybe for 5 or 10 times. Then this is what you want people to release the pressure, to have to rotate. Let's rotate it. Okay? So people release their pressure. Okay? Okay? Please write down, because you won't be remembered. You won't remember if you don't write down any of this stuff. Don't remember. Okay, you tell people to do the hips rotation for a while, so you release the pressure. Okay, and then finish it, and then you can come back. Okay, let's go on it again. So this time now is the most difficult time of all is you don't hold it anymore. Okay, you learn this now, you don't hold it anymore. You go like this, palm together, put the palm together, and you say, okay, do the same thing like you bend over, bend. If you realize that, I swing all the way to the other side, and I bend down. All the way to the other side, and I bend down, and I glance to here. I know it. It's right on my feet, right here. Okay? So, and I say, okay, let's put the palms together. And I swing exactly the same, but have the hands over, and try to get the elbows up. Okay? So tell people, here, you bend your knees, right? You swing, or you twist to the other side, and you bend all the way until this thing is up. And the hands coming down, left to the front, foot to the back, but right on your feet. That's good? And then up, stay a little bit. And we're catching the breath. And coming down. Then, okay, here first. Coming this way. Can come all the way here. And elbows pointing up.
Sorry.
Drop your head down. Look straight there. And then up again. So you do this maybe 4 or 5 times right here at the bar. So you make sure that this line here and this line here is across. Okay, up straight. After you're doing that, then the last thing is you push hand number 4. Up here, you push the hand a little bit like this, and you come back. This is first, come back, never touch the bar, like this much, okay, and then turn it this way. This is come this way, come to this side, push, come back this way, push. Oh. But that's how you want to teach people, and you yourself want to do it a few times. So you want to come in, push, straighten your hands up, push, and push, and push, and push, and push, right? Now you will ask, hey, what did we teach that hardest part before we teach the first part? We have many years and we teach the first part first. Since we have this thing, we want the reverse. Do you know why? Because the most difficult part of the whole thing is in the hands. It's about this one. So when people get this thing here, they get it right. But in order to make the impression on people's minds, so they don't feel this is so difficult, the bar happens to see this as fun. You don't have this thing there, when you teach it, it's not a lot of fun. Most of the time, people don't get the dragon, and you can see that all the students have different kind of dragons. No dragon is the same. And so, what we'd like to do now is we'd like to fix what's wrong. And to fix what's wrong is the way that we throw our weight, our butts. And here's is how we do it. We conquer the mistake by inventing this bar here, so you can use it. So you can change this one. When you're done with this one, then we can go to the system. This is much more easy. So all you have to do is you bend this a little bit here, a little bit there. You see how my knee, how I can do all kind of things. Or I can do it like this, okay? But just to make this angle here become larger and larger and larger and larger. More flexible, more flexible, more flexible. And then when your time real comes, then this is what you're going to do. Push here, you said swing and come back. Swing and come back. Okay, that is the next thing we teach. Swing and come back, swing and come back, swing and come back. You do 20 times throughout 15 minutes. Don't do it right away. When you teach like that, people will catch it. So here we go. Here, let me go up there. Okay, go up there? Yes. You take more times than the normal time you teach. So you take all the time you teach the dragon. So, after you do with the bar, 4 steps on the bar, you should do a few more steps with the regular one. So you go like this here. Okay? Straight arms. Just this alone is already very difficult for people to do it. And to prepare people to do this, go like this here, because most people go like this. They are very lazy to get their hands all the way up. And so the way that we can get away with it, we go like this, up, down, instead of going like this. I'm going to go this, up and down, okay? Do it a few times, and then you say, okay. Now you see where the position of the hands. Now try your best to get to that position. See what I mean? So you go like this first, up and down, so people can get a feel of how the hands go, and then up, and then here what you're going to do. Feet on the floor, okay? Just don't bend the knees. Let's go the angle like this a little bit. So it's helped the person to open up a little bit, but not too much, just a little bit here. And then what do you do next? You explain to people. If you change the angle of your knees, then the degree of bending will be much more. So the more you can bend, the more the degree can be. Okay? And you try to tell people to bend from the top, upper part. Now, of course, that's to avoid people to throw their butts to the other side and make an angle. Okay? So just tell people up here, make the angle from the top. If you bend a little bit, it's okay. You go out a little bit, it's okay. But try to make the angle from the top. From the waist up, not from the waist down. Okay, make a few angles. Angles. And then coming down slowly here. Down, more, down, even more. And at that time, this thing naturally coming out, but it's naturally. It's not because you want it go like this first. Okay. So tempo coming down, and down more, and down more. Now can you stand up and we can do it together so we can remember. Okay, do your ears and exhale down. Now up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Up. Exhale down. Okay, good. Virginia, what do you say to people from here to here? What do you say? What do you say to people so people know why you do this and why you start doing this? What do you say?
People have a tendency lazy, so they don't go.
Here, when you tell people, you say, okay, we're doing this so it's easy for us to know where the hands position. Okay? Don't want to say people are lazy. So, now what happened? Okay, go that way. Okay, don't lift your foot or feet. Just simply make an angle, small angle. Small angle. Let's do a few small angle. Not big angle, small angle. And small angle. Okay? Now, we have to bend the knees a little bit. And tell me why we need to bend the knees.
Bend expand the vantage for expand. When you lift down, you will expand more the vantage angle of vantage.
Yeah. The bending angles will be enlarged as you coming down. You bend your knees, the bending angle will be larger. So you demonstrate a little bit further. A little bit further. Okay, do a little bit further. Okay, you have to say the reason that. Okay, very good. Okay, now put the hands down and you say, okay, let's try your best of where the knee is supposed to be. Maybe the knee is supposed to be a little lower and the knee has to be together, right? Hands up. And now try to do 90 degree down, slowly down, to the head in between, right? And should you tell people to move their bottoms? No. They move a little bit, it's okay, okay. Okay, walking slowly until you get there. Very good. Now that's finished that first series, 2 movements. Okay, done. Now from here to the next movement, this is what you're going to teach people. You say, let's learn how to swing, corking, like the corking, like the cork, and swing back. Okay, this is how you should do. You tell people, here is how you can do. You bend your knees, okay, you bend to the left first, and you bend to the right. Okay, now we cut from the right to the left and swing back. Cut and swing back. Cut and swing back. Cut and swing back. Okay, very good. All right. Now, people, please do it a couple of times so I can see you. Cut and swing back. Cut and swing back.
Oh.
Fold, cut and swing back. Fold. What is this here? Cô gì từ bên ngôi lên nha. Hả? Okay, cut and swing back. Alright. Okay. Cut and swing back nghĩa là sao? Nghĩa là sao bà quay này, mở ra này, hạ xuống đi. Bên này thì nếu bên này đó thì phải chặt qua này, đúng không? Vì thế để nó quay về ngược lại. Ok, phồng, từ chi. Ok, hai người còn người nào bên kia nữa. Chứ không phải là lật cái tay qua lại. No. Cut and swing back. Ok, do it again one more time. Now, cut and swing back. Alright, very good, very good. Now stand up. After they cut and swing back, Stephen, you tell people, look, this is the left side and the right side. You cut from the right side, you cut to the left side, and swing back to the right side, 180 degrees. Okay? So that's what you want to say to people will be remember, have on their mind. You use your hand like this, use your hand. You say from the right side, cut to over here, that is the left side, swing it back here. You see, when you do like that, people will, oh yeah. But first, let them do it, and so you can check on them. And then now you explain. Okay, you cut from here, this right hand. You cut to the left, and then you swing it back. And then what do? You demonstrate. Say, here, look. I'm coming down. I'm coming to the left side. I cut to the right side, and then swing back. And here, what you want to do, you want to cut here, and coming back here. And then you tell people, hey, what's wrong with us? Sometimes we do is this. We don't cut from here, we cut from here. We cut here, we swing it back here. So we should cut all the way here, and swing it all the way back here. You see? So you make the impression on people's mind at the first time. Now they learn it. They say, okay, I'm going to cut 180 degrees from where to where? On the right side here, all the way, boom, coming back. Okay, let's do it. Let's cut 180 degrees across. You ready? Go. Do a few times. Susie. You cut and you swing back. You cut and swing back. Yeah. How many degrees you cut?
Yeah, you okay?
See that? Work on Susie a little bit. Okay, keep doing it. Please keep doing it. I want to see you cut and swing back. Okay. Thank you. Very good. You like
Đau lưng thầy.
Here's why she get back hurt. You raise your hands again. You raise. You go like this. So you do just now. Okay, up and down, cut and swing back. Cut and swing back. Cut. Oh, nghe được kêu rắc. Okay, do it. Keep doing it. Don't die. Man, it's going. Đồ ra chưa nhiều quá. Thầy nói nghe này. Khi mình làm đúng đó, nó sẽ không có được bệnh, không đau. When you do it right, all the muscle, everything goes right. It doesn't hurt. Now, because I know that she was pain. I saw her pain. And I want to get up here so I can fix her up. So what Jilan should do is go like this. You should go lower, bend slowly to this side. Bend slowly. Okay. Don't do it too fast. Up, slow, up, low hand. Yeah, up, down, low. Okay, good. You bend a little bit. Okay, good enough. All right, okay. Now you can go home. That would help your backbone. Because I know that. I can see that she didn't quite comfortable with her back. So because when you have pain, you usually avoid to do it correctly. That's why the way we do it, slowly, you get there and you do it correctly. Okay? So let's go. Let's come to do it. Continue to do us with our thing. So where the head? Where's the head in this movement? Between the two arms. Okay? Between the two arms. Now I want to explain to you. In the past, I do this. Because I love the movement. I love it to be flowing. But I have changed it because why? Easy for people to follow. Now if you see me on the slide, secretly at my home, I don't do this straight. I do everything I want to do. Because the force is here. It's not in the hands. Focus on the hands are wrong. Focus on here is correct. And so, but at this moment now, you should not try it. because we have to make the standard for the students. But if you make it so hard, then nobody can follow. So the standard is stiff. Go up here, you come down, you bend like this, you swing, and then turn. Okay? So this, you know how to do this, right? You turn again. You swing, and you're coming back. So can you do that? Can you cut, shift, cut? Do that for me, please. Okay? Pull. Here, okay? So that's the whole idea why you practice down there, is to throw the weight from here. Throw it, right? Okay. Good. The final version of what you should do. You have hands up like this. Please do it with me. You bend down. Okay, now I'm bending to the right, you bend to the left, right? I bend to the right side. And now cut. Cut. Okay, do the left side. Turn your hand over. Okay, and cut back. All right. Now, let's take 1 minute of this thing here. You want to have the hand looking this way, and you throw your here, right? Okay, and throw mine. You throw your arm. Over here, and then what? I turn. And make sure I'm looking back this way. See there? And straighten my arms. And now what do I do? And throw back. And look back over here. Okay, can you do that a few? Maybe two. Don't drop the hands. Okay, I see you drop the hands. 2 knees together. 2 knees together. Okay, in the case of my hand, this is how she does. This is my hand. She goes like this. Now it's very difficult to do this, so you better get this thing together like this, man. Get close as possible. Okay. Now you okay now to do 2 more?
Yes.
Yes. But here, I ask you to do slow. You cut over, you cut back, you need to find out where your hand is. Don't do it too fast, you don't know where it is. Okay, let's go. 2 times. Back, please cut. Cut back. Watching how your feet's moving. Alright, very good. Now, many of you, team honey, want to come here and do it for me? Okay. Get you up here now. Okay. Stand there. Okay, where does it look?
Down. Look down.
Is there anything down there? So try to look straight here. Don't look down. Okay. Very good. Do you know where you can change your movement now? Can improve your movement? Okay, very good. Okay. Let's take another one. Okay, let's do it. Okay. He was eating with lunch with me. He didn't talk. The guy didn't speak even one single word. Let's do it 2 more times. Okay. Excellent. Very good. Thu, can you come up? Đấy, số 1 mà. Anh Quang thòng thêm câu số 1 của con này. Okay. Okay,
going on with her? Nhưng mà cái effect này con này là cái mông cô lắc mông qua luôn rồi đúng không? But did you see something? You discover something else? Right? You discover something. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it slow so we can catch your mistakes easier. Okay, up, okay, down. Okay.
Đầu hai cái tay đầu head straight, go all the way with the hand, all the way.
Nice. This is the best instructor in Houston. Okay, so what happened to her form? Do you know what's happened to her form? No? I bet if you can spot this, you'll be a very good instructor indeed.
The head moves up so fast.
It's okay, but that's one thing that you gotta spot this one. One more time. Huh? That her eyes changed, but something, the key thing that changed everything. The key thing that is, for example, I can spot her problem is okay. So she's looking down, so the whole form will be, warped. Now there is one thing that she can change, and the whole form will be super. But there's one key thing that she didn't do it right. One key thing, not the hips, not the hips. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it slow. Okay, up. Huh?
Right there.
Stop her head before her hands and arms.
Okay, why don't you do this? Okay. You bend over. Bend over. Stop.
Okay. The elbow.
Okay. Let me explain to you why. Let's keep going. Why the most one single thing that makes her form wrong, even if she does very well, but the one single thing she did discover is her arm here is angled here. If her arm straight like this, then the whole thing will be different. So the arm looking from above is like it's not straight. Because not straight, it doesn't stretch that part. So her arm on top looks like this. She didn't see it. For single time, every single time she does it, it bends like this. So lucky that we spotted today for her. So she went back to Houston. Now she would beat Nickers on this. Fix the problem up here. Okay, so you straighten your hands up. Very good. Okay, and then bend. Bend over. Yeah, bend over this side. Okay. Now try to straighten your arms. Straighten your arms.
Elbow.
Yes. You bend a little bit more. Good. And then go the other side. Straighten that arm. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Okay. And you do a little bit further, then the arm be level, and then the form be straight. Okay. That's very good. Wow. Anh Quang nói giỏi nhất của anh phải không? Mời anh lên đây quá. Well, she does very well. Actually, she does very well. But sometimes you don't see the minute detail of that, and you don't know why you couldn't get the perfect form, because it's one thing, something wrong there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Oh. Look at her knee, his knees. Kiên giang nghĩ nữa đó nè. Kiên giang rõ ràng là Kiên nhìn thẳng đi bố. Thấy không? Ai cũng có trường phái đấy, cái trường phái phải không? Yeah. Hả? Cái gì? Thầy nào vậy? Bây giờ đó thì thu về thu fix dùng anh nói với thầy. Fix nói với thầy nha. Không, thiệt đó, fix cái tay ấy, thì anh ấy cũng cùng trường phái mà. Fix cái tay đó. Cái này là cái khó nhất. In terms of technicality, the form, because the body had to twist a lot. And so, I do not expect any student to be perfect at the first week or first month. It takes you a few months to be perfect. So, rest yourself at ease on this one. Okay? Who wants to volunteer to do the last one, last person here before you move on to the slash? You want to... Alright. Okay, up. Okay, wait. Okay, good. Standing right there. Stay right there. You see what they do here? Yeah. You see how the hands move? See there? Okay. That's from the same time. Okay, straight your hand. And then 2 feet together. Okay, good. Okay. Now, do you feel... Alright. Okay, good. Okay, good. Now, you need to feel your hands drop to the feet here. Okay, let's do it one more time. Up. Straight your arms. Okay. Cut. Beautiful. Good. Good. We have the tendency to cut fast and then turn. Don't do it. Just cut over, turn slowly, and cut back. Take yourself time so you can breathe. You don't need to rush. If you rush, it doesn't look very good. So, okay, now the slash. Slash, this is how the slash will go. You have this way here, and you slash down. You move your action. You realize that when you cut, it's all about here, moving. So the slash is about moving down the hands. And usually, when you're moving down here, this shoulder is up, and you look back here, or you look down here, it's okay too. So here, and you cut here. So it's not the movement like this, okay? Not like this, but here, from here, you swing your body, you twist and swing, and so you drop the hands down and looking back. Okay, let's do it together. Ready? Let's do it together from the beginning, and then we come to the slash. Okay. Up. Down. No. And up and down. Okay, now raise your feet up and down, bend down, and bend to the left side, bend to the right side, cut over to the left, turn, cut back to the right, and then turn and slash down. Okay? And sort of looking up, and then turn, press down, cut over, turn,
cut back, and slash down. Good. Don't bother to do the other one. Okay. Let's just try to do this 3 thing like this for 2 times. We'll take a look. Up. Okay. Cut. Cut. Okay. Okay. Keep going. Swing up. Swing up. Press down. Cut. Let's do one more time. Okay, 2 things. First thing is you always want to change the direction of the palm so fast, meaning here. We call ending. Ending is everything. So when you do anything in your life, if you don't have good ending, the whole thing in the front doesn't count very much. It's a good ending, even in your practice. So I can see more than 3/4 of this class here don't have good ending. You have to be very clear about the ending. Hear how the ending is supposed to be. Up here, just watch. Maybe sit down, watch. Here, keep on the knees, right? Keep that over here. Okay, here's the ending. Straight. I know. Here's the ending right here. Straight my arms. I'm happy with it. I'm not. Then I know and I'm happy with this ending. Now, I'm swinging from here, swing all the way here, then out to here, then I start to turn. That's a good ending and a good start. And cut back all here, that's ending of it, and then down. The whole thing is twisting down. So I don't bother to think about shifting my weight until I get my hands from here. So here, turn, and I down, and then swing up, and press down, cut over, turn, cut back, turn. Yes, it's here. This is not the hand anymore, just the twist to give the balance to yourself. And then up here, but this is the second part of it. So you need to know the ending. Work on the ending. Without the ending, the form doesn't look very good. So work on the ending. Don't go fast, go slow. Most of the time you go real fast, boom, boom. It doesn't do any good. So work slow, get the ending correctly. Okay, we spent an hour or something on this form already, this form alone. So let's get up and do one more time. Work on the ending until you get it. I want to tell you the news, the great news that we reached 4 points. 44 over 40. Here is how the meditation is supposed to be. And I will draw an image here. And the reason why on the first level you need to learn this. Last one, you need to learn this, and you pitch it across the board. Clear your body here. You need to teach it go, of course. All the steps like relaxing the body, relaxing the breathing, and relaxing the mind. I'm talking only about the mind. So when you meditate, teach you how to meditate. You teach you this one thing after the class. You tell it go inhale all the way down to this thing here, down here. And then you said, bringing the goodness, the truth, the goodness, and the beauty into your body. Truth, the goodness. Nên chân thiện nghiệp vào người của mình đi. Okay? And then come here. Inhale here. Coming here. Và expand in from your hair part. Get all the toxin out from your hair part. Hair pores. Okay? All the toxic, every single thing that is toxic, affliction, toxic, affliction, being toxic is độc dược from the any kind of, for example, radicals, okay? Radicals is a kind of toxic radicals. Anything you consider to be sickness, okay? So here the expression is you inhale all the goodness, the truth onto here. And from your body, all of things will be 排出, will be expelled. You bring the truth, the goodness, beauty into you and expel the toxin from the airport. Expel the toxin from your airport. Okay? It's a very, very simple thing, simple practice. So let's do it together here. Okay, let's do it together. I know that some of you have faithfully teach the Omana, and that is very high level of meditation, and if you do so, please continue to do it. It's okay to do it. But once in a while you should teach this. Now if you don't teach the Omana or any form of meditation, then try to teach this form here. So here we go. You inhale to the navel. Exhale out. Naturally, okay? Inhale and exhale a few times. And then you say to your mind, you say, inhale and bring all the truth, the goodness, and the beauty into my body. Và con đang nhận tất cả rất thiện nguyện vào trong thân của con. Tất cả những cái dạng gì đang mà nó tạo ra thì khi lực chân thiện nguyện con đang vào trong người con. Và khi thở ra thì con sẽ tổng khứ hết bao nhiêu cái độc dược bên ngoài cho đến những cái chất gây bệnh, đến những cái phiền não mà nằm trộn ở trong DNA, trong tế bào, trong tissue, tổng khứ nó ra cho đỡ xuống đất hết, xuống tốt như đó. So you visualize, you say, I bring all the things, I create the goodness, the truth, the beauty into my body. Exhale, I expel every single thing that is toxic, radicals, those chemical brain sickness, all my afflictions, all the deep negative emotions, from the very deep part of my body, the DNA structure, to the tissues and cells, to the skin and the organs. I now expel them out through my hair pores and into the ground. And visualize it, see as if the hair pores now, all the toxins going out. After you do it for a few minutes here, and you just simply tell them, okay, let go, just breathe naturally, Breathe very softly and gently. Let go of everything. Sau cái ngoài một vài phút rồi đó thì học sinh ngồi được 5 phút. Mình nằm về mình buông thả hết mọi sự. Hơi thở tự nhiên là hết sức relax, deeply relaxed breathing. Okay, very good. So that's how you do it. Just a couple of minutes like that, 5 minutes. At the level 1A, you want to carry on. You can now start to teach on the other thing. But that's the basic thing because we want the people to clean their body and their mind first. So is that okay? Any problem? Any question? Please ask. Yes, you.
Yes, thầy. When you say when we release and when we finish the second phase of that, you say just breathe normally. So I mean, we don't focus the mind anywhere. Just breathe normally.
Just let go. So, okay. Any question? Question, please. On the teaching.
On the pictures, is it coming from the arrow?
Coming, meaning everything coming into you. Inhale, the goodness coming in, and then coming out to your body. So when I'm closing my eye, I'm thinking about any part of my body that hurt. I'm thinking about that part. I'm thinking about the toxic growth out in that part. Okay, any question you have to
Dạ, thầy thở thường khoảng là khi mình thở cái điều tốt đẹp và tận cùng thì mình sẽ ra
tất cả thở bụng.
khi mình relax khi mà thở bình thường nhất tất cả
Cùng thở bụng, relax, thở nhẹ nhàng. Deeply relax also the abdominal breathing. Very, very, very deep. So deep breathing. Relax breathing. Okay, this kind of breathing is what we call, it's very, very expedient. It's not the core practice, but it's good for people who do ego Tai. And I'd like you to understand that there are 3 lines of people following now. The first line that people are following is the integral meditation. Those people are basically, they take meditation at their first order. Okay. The second group of people is the integral Tai Chi. It's the appropriate, and you take integral Tai Chi to be major, and meditation is minor. So you put all the effort into integral Tai Chi. The third group, other group of people who are doing the Great Compassion Mantra, who study with me and practice, and they are cultivators, they are practitioners. They also take up the IM and the IT. They do integral meditation, they do integral Tai Chi, but they have a whole set of practice. So you need to sort of understand where you are doing, what you are doing, so you don't run. For example, integral Tai Chi is only 5-10 minutes of meditation, not a lot, because that's not the main point we want to train them yet. For IM, we want to train them a huge chunk of meditation, but a little tiny integral meditation, or perhaps bowing, to help them that. So there's different modules here. The people who are really cultivators, who will train with me, will learn many other things, like the Great Compassion Mantra, like other things, and their whole different schedule and understanding. So please notice that because it's not the same. What people? I'm waiting for them. I didn't say anything. There's two people that we like to have. Kim Ian is one of the Kim Ian is one of the students in this class here who we very much come in. Can we take a very quickly, maybe in 5 minutes? Can you do 2 minutes? Can you make a circle? We can sit down in a circle.